Parade comes zinging through to the inside to put the white blinkers in front. Now Wildly Dramatic last out of the gate from 5th to 4th to 3rd and is in a hurry. Wildly Dramatic on the 3 wide side makes it a line of 3, and right behind them Kelsey and Faded Memories 2.5 out of it, and about the same margin clear from Silly Notion. The one in last is Just Splendid. They come to the quarter pole and Honey Parade leads it by a neck. Wade hasn't done much work on this one, and outside of that, Wildly Dramatic spinning the wheels a bit. Grand Slam home run plugging away. Faded Memories looking for a seam on the inside and is running quite well. That's Faded Memories. On the far outside, Silly Notion finishing okay, and up goes Faded Memories at 3-1. And the other 5 are nothing but a faded memory to this number 4. Victorious in race 2, it's Faded Memories. Racing Candy Cove off 3 steps slowly. That's not the case for Jimmy's Marco. Jimmy's Marco at 13-1 steams away by 1. A recovering Candy Cove assumes second. Now Jimmy's Marco opens up by 2. Then it's Lolly Express about 5 lengths from the front. Next to the rail is Conquest Cobra. The 10-year-old is looking for 2 consecutive wins and has been overtaken by Shotgun Rider. Then it's 3.5 back to Buckster Hooter, and the one in last is Love My Boss, 10 lengths rearmost. Up the barn side, Kelsey looking to go back-to-back. Jimmy's Marco 1, Candy Cove, despite the bad start, right there. Then it's Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider covers up Conquest Cobra. They're 4th and 5th and 3 lengths from the front, and about 3.5 clear from Buckster Hooter, and still not much from Love My Boss, who's being pushed on. Now they're into the far turn, nearly 3 abreast. Jimmy's Marco still handheld. Candy Cove draws closer. After that, Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider under an all-out drive by Izzy beginning to range in. Conquest Cobra still waiting for the light of day. Then it's Buckster Hooter and Love My Boss, and we have 3/16 to go, and Candy Cove in the queue attack the speed. Jimmy's Marco. Outside of that, Lolly Express, Shotgun Rider far outside, Buckster Hooter, Conquest Cobra 2.5 out of it. Lolly Express trying to run down Candy Cove. Outside of that, Buckster Hooter. Candy Cove game. Lolly Express, not lollygagging, winning. And they're racing. Direct Action, Mystifier, Talent and Tricks, and outside of that, Feeding Frenzy off the layoff. They show speed. Talent and Tricks by a head with 1 lap to go. Loring Park at 2.5 to 1 is also very prominent. Direct Action now just off the heels of Talent and Tricks, and they're in very tightly, all of them in tightly. Mystifier is between runners. Feeding Frenzy to the outside of that one. Then we come to the 9-year-old Tri-Spot, 6 lengths from the lead to the outside of Gabriel's Legend, and Hold the Spot is content to lope along 10 lengths from the front, and the front provides a speed battle. It is Talent and Tricks to the inside of Loring Park. Loring Park an inch. After that, Feeding Frenzy about 2 lengths behind the stablemate to the outside of Mystifier and Direct Action closest to the rail. 2.5, 3 after that is Tri-Spot, and Hold the Spice is making a move and doing so wide. About 8 from the front to the outside of Gabriel's Legend. Loring Park trying to push put away this long shot, Talent and Tricks. Talent and Tricks inside, then it's Loring Park. Tri-Spot getting an awesome trip at 60-1, and Tri-Spot is rolling up to the outside of Loring Park. Then we come back about 7 to Hold the Spice, running on but with work to do. Loring Park, Tri-Spot, Talent and Tricks, Hold the Spice. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, maybe by an inch. Hold the Spice, surging on the outside. Tri-Spot, Loring Park, and blowing right by is Hold the Spice, last to first. They're racing number 8, Casey's First BMW. Unseated Ruben Fuentes shortly after the start. Ruben bounced up okay and is walking off the track under his own power. Please hold all tickets. There will be a general steward's inquiry into the start of race 5. Brother Harold, the heavy favorite, finds the front in sole-alone fashion, and Brother Harold and Luis Fuentes cruise along leading by 3. Guest Check is circumnavigating the field to the outside of Lanaquila, and those two battle for second, about 2.5 lengths behind Brother Harold. Then we come to Uncle Al's Pal. That one's advancing about 2.5 behind the stablemate. Then we come to Found Jordan, the long shots to the inside of that 7. It was the Devil's Idea, and they're only 4 lengths from the front. After that, back in last is Warbucks, and in first is Brother Harold. Brother Harold from Guest Check with 3 furlongs to go. Right behind them is It Was the Devil's Idea, and said trio begins to run away from the rest of the field. Uncle Al's Pal spinning the wheels, likewise for Found Jordan. Then we come to Warbucks, and way back in last is Lanaquila. Luis Fuentes gets busy on Brother Harold. It's Brother Harold, the heavy favorite from Guest Check, and It Was the Devil's Idea to the outside. 8th pole. Brother Harold needs to dig deep at 1-2 and fend challenges. Brother Harold leads it by 2 from a pesky Guest Check, but Brother Harold has done enough to win, and Brother Harold makes them cry uncle. And they're racing in the Vinny Aragoni. PR Call Me Maybe out fast. And at 50-1, PR Call Me Maybe, Ardenwood, they show speed. Runaway Harry is about 2 lengths from the lead and 2.5 clear from Portsmouth. And Portsmouth is 5 out of it, securing the inside. And the leader still is the long shot, PR Call Me Maybe. Ardenwood trying to sneak up through the inside. After that, we come back to Swamp Drainer. Swamp Drainer's mid-pack, 8 lengths from the front as the leaders begin to get away. Then we come to Seeking Splendor. That one runs by Untold Story. And the one in last is Calzone. Covered by 13, the pace is kind of hot. And 2 travel in perfect harmony there, 3 and 4. Ardenwood to the inside of PR Call Me Maybe. And now the favored Ardenwood is pulling clear from the long shot. After that, Runaway Harry, 5 out of it. And Runaway Harry's rider is the Patriotic Colors beginning to close in and angling to the inside of a fading long shot. Ardenwood leads by 3, and out of the pack comes Runaway Harry. Number 5, Swamp Drainer, is unseated Izzy. Number 5 is unseated the rider, and Ardenwood leads it by 1.5 lengths. Right behind that one is Runaway Harry, and then we come to Portsmouth finishing okay. Into the final furlong, it is Ardenwood looking to fend the challenge of Runaway Harry at 7-1. Ardenwood Ardenwood too good. It is Ardenwood from Runaway Harry who's lunging late, but Ardenwood prevails. 3-7-2 in race number. They come, and they're racing, and they've broken a line. I'm a Sunny Song comes out very speedily, and now is joined by the class dropping Enough Nonsense, and inside of them is Warrior Boss, nearly 3 in a line with 5 furlongs to go. Advancing on the outside is Bold Minister in search of 2 in a row, and between runners is the class ascending Holy Muchacho. 5 behind that to Magic Carpet. That one is 9 lengths from the lead, second last, and to the inside of My Dominator. And they head into the far turn, and still with the head in front is Enough Nonsense attempting to run away. Enough Nonsense leads it by 1. Cruising up stylishly on the outside is Bold Minister, and Bold Minister cuts that lead from a half to a neck to a nose, and there he goes. Bold Minister trying to run away from Enough Nonsense and finding the toil to be difficult. 5 lengths behind that to Warrior Boss. This one is 8-5, needing to give a ton more. Outside of that, My Dominator. They're into the final furlong, and Bold Minister trying to lay down the law. Here's My Dominator at 6-1, finishing fast to the outside, but not fast enough. And Bold Minister gets to preach in the winner's circle. And they're racing on the beautiful turf at CBY, and Mickey Dobbs comes out very fast. Mickey Dobbs by a length and a half. What Now, My Love is next, but has been overtaken by 2, including Amazing Lace. In between them is Yellow Dress, and they are about a length behind the speed. 5-6 lengths after that is And Isles beginning to advance, passing What Now, My Love. Then it's 3 after that to Karolinka, and the one in last is House of Targaryen. They have a quarter of a mile to go. Mickey Dobbs still leads. It's Mickey Dobbs. Yellow Dress is all over Mickey Dobbs. Amazing Lace is 3 wide. Behind them is Karolinka closing fast, and even farther behind is And Isles. It is Yellow Dress along with Amazing Lace and Karolinka at 4-1. Surging to victory. Karolinka put a Q around race 8. And they're racing. Powerful Rain came out in powerful fashion, then made an aggressive left turn. Isa Be Quick is the gray who is quick. Then it's Latinos to the inside. Isa Be Quick to pull the upset. 2-5 in race. And they're racing. Very slow, tight beginning for Silver Border Queen. Great beginning for Flinging Paint. The heavy favorite puts one on the field, but Run Amok is looking to run amok on the field. Bookenders to the wire, 1-5. Flinging.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course. You'll get your programs out. We will go over the changes on this evening's card. Main track fast and firm, as we talked about. First two races are clear of changes. Moving ahead to race number 3. In the third race, scratch number 1, Shuafunga Pete. Scratch the 1 in race 3. On to race number 4 for a jockey change. In the fourth race, number 5, Herbie, will now be ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Valenzuela on the 5, Herbie in the fourth. On to the fifth, number 7, That Would Be Nice, now ridden by Carlo Lopez. Fifth race, Carlo Lopez to ride the 7. Sixth is clean. On to the 7th for a scratch and a jockey change. In the 7th, we scratch number 10, No Slow Mo. Race 7, scratch 10. And a jockey change in that 7th race. Number 1, Super Fortune, now ridden by Miss Kelsey Haar. That workout you see is for the 5-horse Last Martini. Moving into race number 8, scratch number 6, Skippy Strike, and number 11, Where's Jordan? Race 8, scratch 6 and 11. And in the 9th, a jockey change, number 3, Dugan, Chapel Baby, will now be ridden by Randy Vega. Vega on number 3 in the 9th. Up next today at the races from the Canterbury Park studios here in the press box with Jeff Madej and Angela Herman. Do enjoy.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Canterbury Park inside the Mystic Lake studio. This is Today at the Races. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman, 1/3 of what I call the Steam Team. And the Steam Team, they delivered last night. They found the steam. Angela's Play of the Day, winner. Kevin Gorg's Power Play, winner. Paul Allen's The Chaser, a winner with a $10 horse, got all the money back. That's the Steam Team. They'll be performing here all night long, giving you a lot of very valuable insight. Right, Ange?
Performing, yes. Yeah, I mean, we do our best. We have some different opinions tonight. I think last night we agreed on a lot of the main points, but tonight, lots of diversity as far as the picks go, at least later in the card. That's one of the plays for the Bet Club. If you haven't got into the first session, you can still get into the second one, but we hone in on race 8, which is a renewal of 6 different horses that ran at the end of May, coming back to the turf course for a sprint. That should be an interesting race. But, of course, that's the end of the thoroughbred action. We have a couple of quarter horse races after that. And we still have some great racing to come next week. I mean, it's easy to look ahead to all of that. But tonight's card, I thought, was a little more interesting than last night's. And I think that there's some big potential in the late pick 5.
We did see the changes from Kevin Gorg there, and you note those jockey changes. Rider Israel Hernandez was injured last night in a riding accident. For what I've been told, broken wrist hand area, pin was put in. He's out of the hospital, recovering. We hope that he comes back soon. Izzy was really, he wasn't riding a lot of horses, but he was, I think, riding a lot of the right horses. And we saw him win early in the meet on the speed. Izzy, just a great guy. We've known him for a long time, so we hope to see him back in the saddle soon. Big things happening next week, Ange.
Of course, yes. We have the Mystic Lake Northern Stars Turf Festival. And even in looking at the races, I mean, just the sheer volume of PPs, it's over 30 pages worth of locals, invaders, turf horses, dirt horses, sprinters, route horses, males, females, all corners of the country convened for the Northern Stars Turf Festival. And, I mean, it's just really good. I mean, good gambling. You can see up on the screen, there's a variety of races, again, from a distance, gender standpoint, and everything like that, but also wagering options that encompass all of those stakes races. It starts with the Curtis Sampson Oaks. It'll end in the Mystic Lake Derby, but some very complicated races along the way. I can't hone in on one horse that I think is a single yet. Now, of course, there are some different issues with horses that are coming, horses that are not coming. However, I mean, we find out, I guess, next Wednesday. I don't think that even a couple of defections will take the luster off of this race event. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, absolutely. It's a really, really good night of racing. In fact, we had a chance to talk with Vice President of Racing, Andrew Offerman. Let's take a look and see how he feels about the card that his racing office has assembled for June 22nd.
They're excellent. All the turf stakes races basically drew full fields, an average field size of just over 12.5. Extremely competitive. Horses from Kentucky, local horses from across the country should make for really exciting racing. We decided to put together an all-stakes pick 5 this year based on some player feedback last year. 5 stakes races, all of them being on the turf, makes it very difficult for us to run 5 straight turf races. So in order to try to accommodate kind of guest feedback, player feedback, we wanted to try to put together a unique wager that featured all 5 of the turf stakes races and made up for the fact that we're unable to run them in consecutive order just based on the wear and tear on the turf course. So we came up with this wager as a way to take care of that, and hopefully it's something that fans will enjoy.
That's right, that all-stakes pick 5, which will encompass races 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 on June 22nd, Northern Stars Turf Festival, has the same industry-low 10% takeout as our late pick 5 does. So I think that'll be really well received. But let's take a quick look, Ange, at that race lineup. Maybe walk us through a couple of the races. Tell us some horses that you think have a shot, beginning with the very, I think, competitive Curtis Sampson Oaks.
Yeah, we don't see a lot of repeat performers in the early part of this pick 5, but it does start with the Curtis Sampson Oaks. It's a full field of 13 and a couple of local entrants, but like Asina, Morg's World, Latin Nikita, that are a little bit more experienced than their competition. I don't think that you can count out, especially Asina, who, even though she hasn't gone 2 turns on the turf, has just thrived since she's come up to Minnesota. She broke her maiden and then won an allowance very impressively by 6 lengths. Latin Nikita gets stuck with another tough post, but this one is an interesting mix both from a pace standpoint and from horses that are primarily sprinters or have been primarily sprinters stretching out. And this should be a friendly turf course to those kinds. So I'm interested and willing to give a little bit more of a shot to some horses that are trying to get the distance for the first time in the Oaks. That will be a very complex way to kick things off. But we go shorter in the Dark Star Turf Sprint. That one brings out the males to play. This one is always an interesting puzzle because we do have such a full field. Who will get in, who will not get in? And we're going to bring the rails down, so there's going to be some fresh turf on the inside. What do you think of the Dark Star Turf Sprint as far as the local contingent goes?
Well, I do think the local horses have a shot. Jazzy Times is the defending champion from the David Van Winkle barn with Chad Lindsay aboard. Chessmaster, pretty accomplished horse. In fact, at this distance, 10 for 21. Kerry Raven, the trainer, leading jockey Lindy Wade aboard. Chessmaster can either stalk the pace or go to the lead. And then we've got Plain Talk with Alex Conchari riding for Mac Robertson. Plain Talk, a pretty impressive win last time out at Canterbury Park. So I think the locals in the Dark Star Turf Sprint have a big shot. What about the Lady Canterbury, Ange?
Well, I was very excited for the Lady Canterbury because this one is going to bring Beach Flower in some of the better form that she's been in quite a while. This was the 2019 winner of the Lady Canterbury. She's 12-1 morning line, but I'm also interested in Amalfi Princess. Javier Castellano got the attention of one Kevin Gorg right away, and he's going to ride Amalfi Princess, who almost got the job done last year. It came up only a neck short of Saranya, who also comes back. Now, these two were in the Curtis Sampson Oaks. They're going to try the Lady Canterbury this year, but both are well versed on this turf course, and obviously they like it here. She Can't Sing, the morning line favorite, is graded stakes placed. There's a good mix of horses for whatever angle you like to take with turf racing. That's one of the best parts about the Lady Canterbury, and whatever surface it's on, we do have some live local entrants. I thought that was one of the races where they had the very best shot.
You're right, Beach Flower certainly with a shot, but I'm interested in that Saranya versus Amalfi Princess, kind of a rematch from last year when they ran against each other as the favorite and second choice in the Oaks, and they ran one too. Now they're going to meet in the Lady Canterbury. So some of these impressive shippers, Brad Cox, Mike Maker, who's had a long, going all the way back to the Claiming Crown. Mike Maker has had success when he shipped horses to Canterbury. So the Lady C, my favorite race every year, absolutely loaded. Mystic Lake Mile, pretty sharp group there too.
Well, right, and we've seen Tut's Revenge, who's handled this turf course before. He's going to take a lot of money, but so is, I think, Agent Peter Graves on the outside, and Drama Course, because they both might be contributors to the pace along with two Emmys. I think that those three will take attention because of the way that the turf course plays. And again, some locals that could make some noise. Drama Course does better when he's alone on the lead, but he really, really likes this turf, and it's just hard to toss him out. He's 6 for 7 in the top two. He's 12-1 morning line. He drew an outside post. I think that would be the most interest I would take in one, but I thought that some of the shippers from the outside probably would fare better in the Mystic Lake Mile, but it's an interesting one, definitely. Didn't oversubscribe or anything like that, but another full field and another puzzle to unwind, I guess. You were interested in two Emmys, I believe, out of the Elkhorn.
Well, it's a grade 1 winner, also grade 3 winner, so multiple graded stakes horse that has speed. And that's, I think the horse is the morning line favorite. Might be a little lower than that morning line, but
Probably.
there's a ton of speed in there. And that's why I'd give Tut's Revenge, who loves this course, a big shot in there. Got to get the trip, though. Tut's Revenge sometimes gets a little bit of traffic trouble with his running style. He doesn't come from far off the pace. He's right up close, but he can get boxed in on occasion. We got Harry Hernandez aboard, though, for trainer Clint Stewart. I think Tut's Revenge, a big shot. Won the race in 2020, finished a troubled third last year, could win this year.
Yeah.
And the Derby, too. Super cool Mystic Lake Derby. We've never had a Minnesota bred win the Mystic Lake Derby. There's a couple with a shot this year.
Right, and Ben's Malice, even though he did draw the outside post, a horse of his size, I would be okay with an outside post more than I would be drawing the rail or something like that. Ben's Malice is one who needs to keep his momentum going, as he does come from pretty far off the pace. I think he's got one of the best shots, too. And we don't see as much of the other ones either. Ben's Malice has plenty of experience against tough competition in Florida. I think he's got a legit shot. I don't love the 11 hole, but what are you going to do? Back to tonight's racing. We'll move to the turf course in the third, and that's where the play of the day will try to take a field, I would assume, wire to wire. Tony Ringstorff entered 3 horses in our third race tonight, and he claimed Bondu last time out of his last start. Now, that was a 6.5 furlong muddy main track sprint. He's going to put him on the turf for the first time, and this horse does have a decent pedigree to get the surface. But I was most interested in Tony Rengstorff claiming a maiden claimer. You don't see him do it very often. And even though he's only 3 for 30 first off the claim, he is 2 for 4 taking maiden claimers and running them next out in another maiden claimer. Bondu fits that bill. I think he's going to be a very fair, maybe 9-2, 5-1 like the morning line, and that is your play of the day.
Father's Day, Sunday, always a popular day at the racetrack where the fathers get to choose what they're going to do in the weekend, and that's come to the Canterbury Park races. We see it every year. Fathers and daughters join their dads at the track, but that also happens back in the stable area. A lot of family activity back there, especially daughters following in their father's footsteps. Let's take a look at the Bethkes here.
You know what, she's groomed to do that from the very start. She's been riding since she was just a little bitty thing. My wife does equestrian jumping, and Olivia does started with the equestrian jumping, and so it's been a family deal with us too. The whole family started riding when they were young, and she's just wanted to be out here working horses and galloping, and so she's taken to it pretty good since she's been old enough to get on the track now and gallop.
Favorite memory of the racetrack?
Probably my favorite memory is just getting to go out and gallop with him every day and learn from him and get all the help I can get, and him taking me to the pony races when I was little and breaking out the gates at home. Pretty fun.
My favorite memory is probably the same she's talking about, taking the kids. There's a small track up north here, Barnum, Minnesota, Carleton County Fair, going up there with the kids and racing the pony races and doing the same things I did when I was a kid. So that's been pretty fun. But we've had a lot of fun out here too. We win a few stake races out here, and the kids have been with me through that, growing up since they were little bitty to almost as tall as me now. I'm standing on a hill here. So a lot of fun memories. Plus it continues. We just broke out of the gates here this morning, me and Olivia together, no more than a half hour ago. So again, fun.
The Bethkes, Olivia and Troy. And of course, Troy Bethke's been training horses at Canterbury since 1985. So it's fun to see a daughter like that following in the father's footsteps. And Troy, very proud, obviously. And it's you see Olivia out on the track. You'll see her in the paddock, usually paddocking the horses for Troy. So pretty cool family affair there. And check out our Twitter account and our Facebook page, because we have some more family stories as well running all week long as we prepare for Sunday, Father's Day, when racing begins at 1 o'clock. But we've got business to do today, Ange. We've got money that needs to be won. And you can probably help out with the Pick 4 and the Pick 5. What do things look like just from the overview? Is this going to be a chalky night, or do you think we can find some surprise prices?
No, I thought we could definitely find some prices, especially on the turf. I'm interested in some horses that are going to be making their turf debuts. So, Bondu, the play of the day. I have Lapis Lazuli later on in the card that I think might get ignored a little bit on the tote board because they haven't been on the turf before. And the 8th race, which we talked about, a renewal of 6 that ran at the end of May. I don't think that any horse will stand out in there. And even one little upset, and I think that there's a potential for a couple in the Pick 5, I think makes that definitely the play tonight. And with the cancellation of some other tracks with the heat, I think will only bolster that pool and the attention that we get. So definitely take some time and put some of your budget that you might have diverted elsewhere into that late Pick 5, because I think that it is going to be worth it.
We absolutely last night, when there weren't as many tracks running because of heat or different cancellations or just the schedule in general, because that Wednesday night's a sweet spot. Thursday tonight is looking pretty good. And we saw the pools, the Pick 5 pool or Pick 4 pool in that first Pick 4, I think was like $75,000 or something like that. Mm-hmm. We should get 6 figures in the Pick 5 pool again tonight. So a lot of things to look forward to. Race number 1's coming up in 11 minutes. The horses are making their way into the walking ring. Let's go to Kevin Gorg live for a look at the opening race.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Nice job, you guys. As we take a look at the first, these are fillies and mares traveling a distance of 1 mile. We're in the paddock right now taking a look at the People's Choice. Bold Ray is 6-5 with Harry Hernandez. He won a couple of races in the saddle last night. Bold Ray's got the speed from the inside. That's always a good thing. There is going to be some company here. I think the 4-horse, Even Pandora, is going to put some pressure on this horse. So Harry's going to have to manage those early fractions. If he can get a comfortable half mile in here, Bold Ray should win. If they start to battle and go real quick, there are horses that can get by the one. So I think 6-5 is a little skinny. when you see my pick 4 ticket here later, you'll understand that you might need a little backup, but Bold Ray looks like the horse to beat. And Harry Hernandez has been great so far here in the first month and change at Canterbury. This is It's Inevitable, the 2-horse for Francisco Bravo, one of those Will Rogers shippers. This horse is razor sharp, looks great physically down in the paddock. Won 3 in a row, albeit against a couple of those races, Oklahoma breds. But man, horse is improving, is winning, and Ruben Fuentes is rock solid as well riding. So 5-1's a nice price on the Bravo charge. Here's the danger. If you like Bold Ray, this is the horse you have to watch out for. This is the 3, Happy, Happy, Happy. This is a horse that likes to lay back early and make one run. Well, Bold Ray's got the speed, and so do a couple other horses here. So this horse is going to count on somebody else to do the dirty work up front, and I think the 3 could be a real danger when they turn down the Canterbury stretch. Carlo Lopez gets the call. The horse is in good form, has been facing some tough company of late. Here might be the key to the race, and boy, the 4 is really showing some good energy down here in the paddock. This is Even Pandora. Kelsey Haar rides for the Sanderson gang. Loves Canterbury. 4 for 8 in the exacta in her career, and she's a sprinter, and she's got sprint speed. So that's going to make life hard for Bold Ray, the 1 horse, and I think that's going to be the story of what happens in that first quarter mile, maybe the first half mile, how that pace kind of shapes up. But Kelsey Haar's got a horse that's fit, that's ready, and maybe the 1 lets that one go, and maybe Kelsey steals away. Interesting race within the race here. Number 5, the last one in line, will be She's Got the Power. Alonso Quinones for Bernal Roan, looking good physically down here. Not a drop of sweat. It's still pretty warm here in Shakopee, but man, you wouldn't know it by looking at She's Got the Power. The angle here is turf to dirt off the claim. So Bernal Roan saw the past performances. This horse has done well in the dirt, and like the 3, should be rolling late. Here's a look at all the picks for race number 1. We'll put the horses on the track as they're wandering that way right now, and we'll put together a pick 4 ticket for you tonight in just a few minutes. Good luck and enjoy a beautiful Thursday night of racing here at Canterbury Park. Here come the horses onto the track for tonight's first race. On the fast main track, we have Win Place Show, $1 exacta, 50-cent trifecta, $1 daily double, 50-cent pick 3. And race 1, every race night at Canterbury starts the 10% takeout, 50-cent. Post-time pick 4. Your chance to score for hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars with the lowest takeout in the industry. It's the 10% takeout. Post-time pick 4. We've got a ticket for you here shortly. They'll be at the gate in just 6 minutes. All right, folks, Kevin Gorg with you for our post-time pick 4 ticket of the night. And we're going to get skinny early and try to get spread out late and hit this thing. And it could pay nicely, as you can see by the sequence here. I think there's some open races towards the end of this pick 4 where you can make some money and get some leverage. Early on, I like the 2 favorites here. I like Bold Ray on the front. I think Happy, Happy, Happy is the most likely closer if even Pandora ties up with Bold Ray on the front end. So I've got this race covered from a pace factor. I've got the 2 best horses. Where we're going to get aggressive is race 2. And anytime you single, it's aggressive. But when you single a horse that's nearly 5-1, that's how you can get leverage with a pick 4 ticket. I'm going to try that in race 2 with number 2 looking for 8. It's Carl Broberg off the claim. Anyone who's played at the racetrack knows how good this guy is, but especially when he gets new stock. Luis Fuentes is his go-to rider tonight, and I think that horse gets a great trip from off the pace, saving ground. So I will single in race 2, which allows me to spread out in race number 3. I just couldn't make heads or tails of that turf race. We've seen huge upsets on our turf here in the first month and a half, and I'm going to use a bunch of horses, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. My top pick is the 3, who's 5-1, but I do look at that race and think there's a big chance of an upset, so I'll spread out. And if we're alive, we've got 3 great chances in the 4th race. Rusty Cage, the 2, with the speed. Seek and Justice, who I love in this race from off the pace. And Marden, who should get a good stalking trip. So we've got all kinds of different pace options in race 4. It's going to be tricky to get through the first couple legs, but if we do, I think we're covered for races 3 and 4. It's an $18 ticket. It's the 10% takeout pick 4. It's such a great value with that takeout. And with the races we've got assembled tonight, I think the pick 4s and pick 5 have great potential. Get your tickets in right now. You've got 3 minutes. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Welcome to the post-time pick 4. Enjoy.
And the horses are moving into the starting gate. It is now post time on a beautiful Thursday at Canterbury Park, beginning our post time pick 4. Nation low 10% takeout. One out. She's got the power and the cue. Welcome to the show. They're racing. It's Inevitable would have to win 4 consecutive off a bad start and starting in last. Bold Ray gets the jump on the field, and Bold Ray and Harry Hernandez immediately to the lead. Harry affords the one the opportunity to drift out to path 3, and that opens it up for a recovering It's Inevitable. And It's Inevitable last out of the gate, right to first place with 3/4 of a mile to go. Happy, 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 right behind the leading 2. Outside of that, She's Got the Power, and the gray is actually happy, happy, happy. Even Pandora is third and 2 lengths from the front. Up the barn side in the first of 10, moderate pace, It's Inevitable and Ruben Fuentes. Bold Ray and Harry Hernandez right alongside. Behind them, Even Pandora on the stretch out with Kelsey. Outside of that, She's Got the Power in the queue. Happy, happy, happy is the gray in tight quarters right now, having to check. Happy, happy, happy just lost 2 lengths, and they're off the far turn. AC Ducey, Bold Ray putting the neck in front. It's Inevitable dives on and fights on, trying to win 4 in a row. Happy, happy, happy is wide, but on the move to the outside as She's Got the Power. Even Pandora sneaks through to the inside. Bold Ray opens up by 2. Bold Ray opens up by 3. Happy, happy, happy outside. Even Pandora inside. The other 2 are of no consequence, and it's Bold Ray in bold fashion prevailing at 6-5, 1-4-3. Number 1, Bold Ray first in 138.62. It is 1-4-3-5 to begin the post-time pick 4. Live music tonight at Canterbury. Welcome Ragtown, and go check out Ragtown, Mystic Lake Music Stage outside, north side of Canterbury. Our featured groups include Eagle Building Company, Cynthia Castillo, and the LPL Financial Advisor Client Appreciation Group, Ascent Specialized, Cargill Bayvix Day at the Races, and we thank all of you for joining. Racing here provided by Atomic Data, Apple Autos, Bud Light, Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, La Marca, Prosecco, Fairfield Inn and Suites, Shakopee, Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Suites, Shakopee, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. The first race with the favorite prevailing is official. So we head to the second race and stay on a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. as Bold Ray receives a well-deserved bath for his toil. We can remind you Atomic Data is the preferred IT solutions provider for Canterbury Park. And we stream our entire racing card on YouTube. So if you can't be at Canterbury, follow us via the Canterbury Park live stream on YouTube. The saintly roar goes the way of Bold Ray. Amen. Here's Bold Ray into the winner's enclosure with Harry Hernandez. Jeremy Ramstand is the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Miguel Hernandez. And they're racing. It's Inevitable would have to win 4 consecutive off a bad start and starting in last. Bold Ray gets the jump on the field, and Bold Ray and Harry Hernandez immediately to the lead. Harry affords the one the opportunity to drift out to path 3, and that opens it up for a recovering It's Inevitable. And It's Inevitable last out of the gate, right to first place with 3/4 of a mile to go. Happy right behind the leading 2. Outside of that, She's Got the Power, and the gray is actually happy. Even Pandora is third and 2 lengths from the front. Up the barn side in the first of 10, moderate pace, It's Inevitable and Ruben Fuentes. Bold Ray and Harry Hernandez right alongside. Behind them, Even Pandora on the stretch out with Kelsey. Outside of that, She's Got the Power in the queue. Happy is the gray in tight quarters right now, having to check. Happy just lost 2 lengths, and they're off the far turn. AC Doocy, Bold Ray putting the neck in front. It's Inevitable dives on and fights on, trying to win 4 in a row. Happy is wide, but on the move to the outside. She's Got the Power. Even Pandora sneaks through to the inside. Bold Ray opens up by 2. Bold Ray opens up by 3. Happy outside. Even Pandora inside. The other 2 are of no consequence, and it's Bold Ray in bold fashion prevailing at 6-5, 1-4-3.
a nice little race in the chase for the championship for jockeys. Just a little over a month into the season. Lindy Wade, last year's champion rider, has a 1-win lead now over Harry Hernandez. He had multiple wins yesterday. He gets the win in race 1. Interesting ride, too, by Hernandez. He got off that rail and kind of let the pace come to him. He didn't go out there and set the tone. He allowed the other horses to hang around because he knew he had the best horse, and that was a very heady ride by Harry Hernandez. Second half of the double, 1 mile here. These are the allowance optional types here. These are hard-knocking claimers, good-looking horses, and I think an interesting race to handicap. The first thing that struck me was the price on number 1. You split tens. You know, I mean, this is a horse I've got second in my analysis. It's Mac Robertson training, which is always a good thing, and Lindy Wade, one of his go-to riders, who is so good. And this good-looking gray has a morning line set by professional at 5-1, and you look up and you see over double that at 11-1. I don't get it. He can stalk. He has an inside post. He's second off the layoff in from Chicago. So if you're building exactas, tries, or superfectas, I strongly encourage you to give this horse a look. I think right now the value up on the board. I like the horse. I don't like the value on my tout. The 2-horse, Looking for 8, had a morning line of 9-2. We're not going to get that. Opened up at even money, and it isn't slowing down right now. But Carl Broberg, a well-known trainer in these parts, so good off the claim. He claimed this one last time out, and they spot this horse at a 1 mile distance off a good solid effort, going shorter last time. Luis Fuentes gets the call. I expect this horse to be stalking from a length or two off, and don't love the price, but I think the 2-horse, our pick 4 singles, in a good spot for victory here. Number 3 is Dynamic Ruler, Carlo Lopez for Chip Woolley. 3 for 43 is a bit pesky in this horse's career, but 9 seconds and 9/3. So the horse does hang around and get a slice. Keep that in mind when you're putting together your exotic wagers. Number 4 is Allen. Wonder if PA bets this one. Alonzo Quinones for Tim Padilla. Awesome connections, ran some good races down at Tampa Bay Downs, and we've said this for years. Horses that winter down in Tampa seem to do very well in Shakopee come summer. That horse right now getting bet too. 12-1 morning line, conspicuous at 9-2 up on the board. 5 horses, Mrs. Beans, Harry Hernandez, the jockey, looks to sweep the double. Last time out in a $200,000 stakes race, had some issues. They've rested the horse since, couple of nice workouts, and the jockey's so hot right now you have to give this horse a peek. The Beaner is 3-1. 6 is Speedy. It's Bigfoot City. Zeke Laura for Silva, and the Silver Barn sitting on some wins. We talked about that yesterday. Good trainer. Kind of had some tough luck early, but the horses were all getting there real close, second, third, in some tough photos. This horse gets loose. Look out. Speed is so dangerous at Canterbury, and 5-1 on Bigfoot City. It's race number 2. All kinds of great wagering activities. It's the middle of the pick 4. Don't forget, later tonight we'll have that pick 5 for you with that 10% takeout. Right now it's time for Len Dykert, the call to the post. Good luck and enjoy our second race.
The effervescent stylings of our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert. Fast main track for the second. No scratches. The horses are approaching the gates. Race 2, courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle provider to Canterbury Park. It is now post time. Moving in. You split 10s. Looking for 8. KT. Mrs. Beans. Bigfoot City. All right. They're racing from the 3 spot. Dynamic Ruler with dynamic early speed, and the boy named Mrs. Beans grabs the lead. Rider trying to sweep the double, and that one's to the inside of Bigfoot City with good speed. You split 10s on the stretch out, 5 out of it. Overtaken by Looking for 8, who's trying to win 2 in a row. Then we come to Allen, who's last and 7 lengths from the front. Around the corner they go. Race 2, CBY 5 and 6, race out. It is Mrs. Beans pressured by Bigfoot City. 3 lengths behind that, Dynamic Ruler. Then another 3 looking for 8 to the outside of You Split 10s. Lindy starts to push on that one a little bit. And the one in last is Allen, now double digits behind the speed. It is Mrs. Beans to the inside of Bigfoot City. Dynamic Rulers making a sweeping move at 15-1. 3 lengths behind that, looking for 8. You Split 10, still kind of in the thick of it, but about 8 out of it. And far clear from Allen, and they have 5/16 to go. The leaders are waiting around. Mrs. Beans to the inside. Outside of that one, we have Allen. Check that. Looking for 8 is making a move to the outside of Dynamic Ruler. And up tight. Ooh, Mrs. Beans just drifted out. Bigfoot City right next to that one. Here comes Looking for 8 on the wide side. Looking for 8 at 3-2s. Looking for the winner's circle. And looking good. That 8 may be the final margin. It's Looking for 8 and Luis Fuentes powerhousing to victory. Photo for second between 6 and 5, and it's tight. Stewart's inquiry involving the stretch run. It does not involve the winner. Number 2, Looking for 8. Number 2 will be the official winner. The Stewart's inquiry involves numbers 5 and 6. 2, a photo, and inquiry, and a claim. The 2 in question here 5 and 6. 5's on the lead, 6 with the white blinkers. Winner far outside. The alleged infraction took place shortly after they turned for home and involves numbers 5 and 6. Now the 6 finished second, 2-6-5-3. We'll see where it goes from here. Inquiry sign being removed. In the estimation of the track stewards, the inquiry involved number 5 bothering number 6. But since the 6 outfinished the 5, no need to look at it. 2-6-5-3. Number 2, looking for 8. The winner was claimed. 12-5 the tag. New trainer Cody Rosine. For Cody Rosine, Tim Rosine, and Mark Kane. Winner to Rosine for Rosine Kane. 2 in a row for looking for 8, ridden by Luis Fuentes. Looking for 8 is owned by End Zone Athletics, and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. Exacta 1250, Trifecta 1680, Superfecta 9 and change. AC Ducey in the first double, $7.30. We come now to the third race, the first turf race. It's firm. That rails at 30 feet. Scratch number 1, Shuwa Funga P. Post time for the third race, 20 minutes from now, courtesy of Cutwater and Cutwater Cocktails. We also thank Loeffler, our replay sponsor. That's the Upper Midwest largest privately owned business technology and service provider. Race number 3, turf time, about 6:12 Central. And they're racing. From the 3-spot, Dynamic Ruler with dynamic early speed, and the boy named Mrs. Beans grabs the lead. Rider trying to sweep the double, and that one's to the inside of Bigfoot City with good speed. You split 10s on the stretch out, 5 out of it. Overtaken by Looking for 8, who's trying to win 2 in a row. Then we come to Allen, who's last and 7 lengths from the front. Around the corner they go. Race 2, CBY, 5 and 6, race out. It is Mrs. Beans pressured by Bigfoot City. 3 lengths behind that, Dynamic Ruler. Then another 3, Looking for 8 to the outside of You Split 10s. Lindy starts to push on that one a little bit. And the one in last is Allen, now double digits behind the speed. It is Mrs. Beans to the inside of Bigfoot City. Dynamic Rulers making a sweeping move at 15-1. 3 lengths behind that, Looking for 8. You Split 10, still kind of in the thick of it, but about 8 out of it. And far clear from Allen, and they have 5/16 to go. The leaders are waiting around. Mrs. Beans to the inside. Outside of that, we have Allen. Check that. Looking for 8 is making a move to the outside of Dynamic Ruler, and up tight. Ooh, Mrs. Beans just drifted out. Bigfoot City right next to that one. Here comes Looking for 8 on the wide side. Looking for 8 at 3-2s. Looking for the winner's circle. And looking good. That 8 may be the final margin. It's Looking for 8 and Luis Fuentes powerhousing to victory. Photo for second between 6 and 5, and it's
We're back here in the paddock. Another beautiful day to go to the turf course. 7.5 furlongs is the distance of our next one. Please take out the one Shuwafunga P. We are left at the field of 7 with 12 minutes to post, and you have 5-2 co-favorites, but a 7-1 shot that inherited the rail. That's a stablemate of the scratched horse, a peripatetic. He comes off a 4th place finish. That was at the main track, though. This one is going to stretch out to 2 turns, and he's going to go to the turf for the first time. Luis Valenzuela has the mount. Bastier, a name you should know around here, owner on this one, should show some speed as he did too back at Oaklawn Park. That was against Arkansas Breds. This is just a whole different game, though. If you think that this horse has the goods for the turf, you get 7-1. That is an excellent price, as well as 9-1 on the horse just to his outside, Bon Du, who also spent his spring at Oaklawn Park. He came up here and ran 4th behind Hightail Cowboy. Mountain Pine, the horse that ran 2nd in that field, did come back to win. Bon Du came from off the pace that day as he did in his debut, but he does have speed should Lindy Way decide to use it. Looks to be on his toes in good condition in here, and he's one of 3 entrants from the Rengstorff barn, but between them is Mo Moore. Mo Moore will probably end up as your outright favorite, I would guess. He is 5-2 on the board right now. He has 7 starts into his career. It's not like Mo Moore hasn't had chances, especially doing this sort of thing. He has squandered some decent trips, but they've been against maiden special weights to start his career and then against these types in August and September of last year. Both of those ended up pretty hefty defeats, but at least you know what you're getting with Mo Moore. This horse is a good fit, at least on the front end as far as the pace seems to go. I don't think there'll be a whole ton of it in here, but there are some question marks with Sprinter stretching out. Grunder, not such a question mark in that regard. Grunder. A horse that I thought would come from off the pace last time, but he really didn't make any kind of move in his first start over this turf course. Those are made special weights, though. It was a good turf course that day with some give to it. It will not be, it probably won't have any give to it today, I would guess. I haven't walked it myself, but I'm about to momentarily. Grunder raced down in those Tampa maidens that get very, very salty. And Grunder did make some good moves in those races, but maybe needed one to get acclimated to our turf course. We find out today. Procurador, just to his outside, also was at Tampa this winter. Started his career actually at Gulfstream. Has tried all different sorts of surfaces, doesn't have a whole bunch of speed, but seemed to find a home on the turf course at Tampa where he ran a nice second a few starts back, nearly breaking his maiden, but he has been favored an awful lot in those first 9 starts, hasn't got the job done yet, and you do get 6-1 today. 5-2 on Silly Billy, a second-time starter that blew the first turn last time, but he was very well bet, looked excellent on the track, warmed up well, but he does get a class drop today. They move him from maiden special weights down to claimers for his second start. There were just a few question marks for me as to what happened on the first turn that day. Harry Hernandez takes over the riding duties for Carlo Lopez, and Silly Billy, I think, will be an all or nothing thing. He'll either win by about 10, or maybe there'll be something that happens like last time. We'll find out. Chaos ensued last time with Silly Billy, but he looks excellent again here in the paddock. Slightly crafty to the outside, is over 38 to this juncture, but still has made a good amount of money as a maiden. 3-1 is the current price on this one, and you know he'll be coming late. Can handle any kind of surface, any kind of distance. He will be coming, though. 7 go to post for the third in 9 minutes. 5-2 co-favorites remain Silly Billy and Mo Moore. Your wagering options include pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, 10-cent supers, and win, place, and show wagering. They head out to the track right now. There's the selections on the board. We'll be back here in the paddock for the 4th, but in between, we got a couple of things coming up, including a trip to the turf course for me and Soul.
On the track and heading to a firm turf course for the third race. 6 minutes.
Kevin Gorg with you up in the press box. Time for our power play of the day. And the power play is a horse that we're going to focus in on most often in the pick 5 to help you find that ticket where you can spread somewhere else and isolate a value player. Race 8, number 4, Optimal Courage is that horse. Let's go back and look at the running line last time out. It looks fairly decent, right? Started out slow, came on late, lost by less than a length. But if you go a little deeper into this race, you notice this horse was tight at the start and had to come wide with a late run. You also notice the horse got claimed. Carl Broberg, we just saw him win off the claim already on this card. He's so good at that. Claim this horse, comes right back at the same level. He's 20% off the claim. So let's go back to the start of this race. Let's take a look at the starting gate. Now this horse breaks from the outside, post 9 in the yellow. You see what a slow start that is? In a turf sprint, that is valuable ground. Now the horse is at the back of a crowded field, but he doesn't give up. And right here, on the inside, still got 7 horses to try to get around. The eventual winner is going to be right here. Now here he comes, Optimal Courage, ranging out after the slow start, having to lose ground by going extra wide in the stretch. Here he comes with this powerful late kick. Now you see why this horse is live tonight, because Carl Broberg saw it too. He knows this horse can move forward off that start. Probably not going to get the 4-1 morning line, but we are going to get a winner. It's going to be a pick 5 single for me, and I'll get to that ticket later. It's race 8, number 4, Optimal Courage. In just a few minutes, the great Angela Herman at the gate for this cool race.
We're out here on the turf course. It's very, very windy, and it is going to be a headwind going into the stretch. So if you are taking a look at any of the front runners in here, potentially Silly Billy, potentially Bondu or Momor, that could play into your handicapping decisions. The power play coming up a little bit later is also going to be on the turf course, but that's going to be sprinters. They're not going to have to go against this twice. I will say that Silly Billy made an excellent impression warming up, and he has continued to warm up very well. So we'll see if he behaves himself a little bit better in start number 2. Take it away, Paul. They're almost to the gate.
They've reached the gate. It's post time. Momor favored at 8-5. Slightly crafty, moving in 2-1. Stand by for the Binky's sister. And they're racing in the Binky's sister. Great beginning for Momor. And Momor bet down to 6-5. Immediately goes to the lead with Luis Fuentes. After that is Grunder. And Grunder races to the outside of Bon Dieu. And as they corner, the leader's going quickly. The field is well strung out. And in fact, way back in last is Pro Curator. And that one's about 15 lengths from the lead. Reset as they head up the Canterbury Park turf course. It is 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 2, 6. And they're chasing a headstrong Momor. And Luis Fuentes has a very tight hold on that 4, leading it by 4. In second is Grunder. Then we come to Bon Dieu. Outside of that, Silly Billy, 7 lengths from the lead. And about 12 clear from Slightly Crafty, who has been overtaken by Peripatetic. Then we come back to Pro Curator, who is in last. And in first is Momor, bumping that margin to 6. And Momor is sole alone in front. In second still is Grunder. After that, Bon Dieu. Then it's Silly Billy, 12 lengths out of it. But it appears Momor has run them into the turf. It is Momor by 7. And it's an ever-expanding 7. Grunder is next. After that is Bon Dieu. Late charge from Slightly Crafty for the bottom of the ticket, but Momor and Luis Fuentes are gone. The people's choice prevails. It is 4, 5, 8 in race 3. Number 4, Mo Moore, first. 4, 5, 8, 3 in 128.83. There will be a slight delay with the posting of the prices for race 3. Thank you for your patience. 4583 will be official in the Binky's Sister. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the maiden breaking Mo Moore and Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer, Joe Burnt. Once again, a slight delay with the posting of the prices. 4583 will be official shortly. We thank Gallagher for 2022 sponsorship. Gallagher, put your business and your people at the center of everything they do. Insurance, risk management, consulting services, and more. AJG.com. When we get to it, race 4, courtesy of Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. And they're racing in the Binky's Sister. Great beginning for Mo Moore, and Mo Moore bet down to 6-5. Immediately goes to the lead with Luis Fuentes. After that is Grunder, and Grunder races to the outside of Bon Dieu. And as they corner, the leader's going quickly. The field is well strung out, and in fact, way back in last is Procurator, and that one's about 15 lengths from the lead. Reset as they head up the Canterbury Park turf course. It is 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 2, 6, and they're chasing a headstrong Mo Moore, and Luis Fuentes has a very tight hold on that 4, leading it by 4. In second is Grunder. Then we come to Bon Dieu. Outside of that, Silly Billy, 7 lengths from the lead, and about 12 clear from Slightly Crafty, who has been overtaken by Peripatetic. Then we come back to Procurator, who is in last, and in first is Mo Moore, bumping that margin to 6, and Mo Moore is sole alone in front. In second still is Grunder. After that, Bon Dieu. Then it's Silly Billy, 12 lengths out of it, but it appears Mo Moore has run them into the turf. It is Mo Moore by 7, and it's an ever-expanding 7. Grunder is next. After that is Bon Dieu. Late charge from Slightly Crafty for the bottom of the ticket, but Mo Moore and Luis Fuentes are gone. The people's choice prevails. It is 4, 5, 8 in race 3.
Personal foul. Race number 4 coming up next. 5.5 furlongs is the distance. We go back to the main track with $4,000 claimers. It's a pretty balanced pace scenario, it looked like in here, and a lot of horses that do like this track. But one of the ones that was taking all of the early money is a new Invader here to Canterbury. But we'll start on the inside with one of those horses that does like it here. 8 for 15 in the top 3, and that is Fender Bender, who is going to lead them out into the paddock. Fender Bender has a little bit of speed, as he showed last time in a second place finish behind Martin, who also draws into this group. But Fender Bender, at 5.5 furlongs, does own a couple of his 6 lifetime wins, has a lot of seasoning at Fawner earlier this year, and Fender Bender is usually a pretty fair price on the board, and that appears to be the case right now at 7-1. He's one that I would use in my place. I mean, this seems like, again, an evenly matched field, pretty balanced pace, so if Fender Bender can get any sort of setup up front, he and Kelsey Har should be able to save all the ground and should be heard from late. Rusty Cage is one of the horses that I would anticipate leading the way. I thought he could maybe take this group wire to wire. I mean, it's not going to be easy. He's going to have to fight for it, but Rusty Cage is another one who owns most of his lifetime wins over this main track. 3 of his 5 to be exact, and Rusty Cage racked one of those up last time at this level on a good track. You get 7-2 on Rusty Cage at the moment. I'll take that. Luis Fuentes was aboard for that win, and he's back in the saddle today. 5-2 is the price on one of your favorites at the moment. That is the Invader from the outside, Dr. K. He's going to make his second start over this track, but a lot of other horses have a lot more experience over this main track than Dr. K does. It wasn't a great first experience either, but those were much tougher foes. Those were optional claimers and 1Xs. Dr. K drops all the way to the bottom today, and I guess he earned it off that 7th place finish. He showed speed in that spot, though, and that's been his MO wherever he is. Aqueduct, Parks, Belmont, Pimlico, you name it. Dr. K has been able to find his way to the lead, and that only lasted for a couple of furlongs last time. Dr. K and Alonzo Quinones will reunite. They were together at Tampa and up here against optional claimers, but just a claim that might not have worked out, so they're going to see what they can get at the bottom. 9-2 is the price on the horse just to his right, and that's Seeking Justice, who should employ a much different tactic. He comes from off the pace, did so to finish 4th last time behind both Martin, Fender Bender, and Herbie for that matter. Seeking Justice and Harry Hernandez will unite today as Luis Valenzuela departs for Herbie right next door. Seeking Justice was claimed out of that spot by Jonathan Wong, and they're one of the barns that play it the best through this country. 9-2 the price right now on Seeking Justice. Herbie, the Minnesota bred just who's outside, will be ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Note that change from Israel Hernandez. Herbie hasn't done as much on our main track as he has on our turf course, but he is 1 for 16. Lots of underneath pieces, 12 to be exact for Herbie, and he should be up on the pace as well. Martin, coming from off the pace, looks to make it 3 in a row with Crystal Conning in the saddle. The pace kind of melted down last time, but it could again today. Martin gets a good outside position, should be able to be tactically placed wherever she would like in the race, and he is one of your 5-2 co-favorites at the moment. The field's long shot, El Centenario on the outside, 13-1, has tried this level a couple of times in a row without much success. He did finish 3rd, 2 back behind Rusty Cage and Seeking Justice. Not sure what happened last time, but maybe Lindy Wade will stalk the pace just a bit more, and they can pick up another piece at 12-1. You have 9 minutes with which to bet race number 4. This is the first leg of the 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. Kevin Gorg will assemble a ticket, hopefully a winner for you coming up shortly. There's the grid of selections. I'll try Rusty Cage to make it 2 in a row on the front end. Good luck to all of you, and good luck, Kevin. Look forward to hearing from you shortly.
Kevin Gorg with you as we get set for the pick 5 here at Canterbury with that 10% takeout. If you're new to our racing circuit here, it is spectacular. We've had a couple pay over $8,000, that 10% rake, the lowest in the industry. We're going to start with 4 horses here. I think this 4th race is very evenly matched. Going to use the 2 Rusty Cage off that impressive win. The 3 Dr. K on the big class drop. The 4 Seek Injustice, who could be and should be a late factor. And the 6 Marden. So 2, 3, 4, 6 here to start it out in the first leg. In race 5, I think it's a 2-horse race between the 1 Golden Gopher and the 3 Minnesota Nice. So I'll just use the 1 and the 3 on the turf with those good post positions. Remember, our rail is out 30 feet right now. Those inside posts have a significant advantage, in my opinion. Race 6, we're going to use 3 horses. 2 Kierkegaard, 4 Awesome Emmett, and 6 May We All. Very tough race. Game horses, very similar Beyer speed figures. I think we've got the right 3 there. We're going to spread in race 7. I think race 7 is the most wide open race of the night. We're going to use 1, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Put Kelsey Har on the 1. I think that's a very live 12-1 long shot. 1, 4, 6, 7, and 8. It is going to come down to our power play pick of the night in race 8. If we can stay alive into the last, I want to be looking at a payoff with some long shots on the front end to Optimal Courage in the 8th race. Number 4, Optimal Courage, 3-1 morning line for Carl Broberg. It's a $60 ticket, 2, 3, 4, 6 with 1, 3 with 2, 4, 6 with 1, 4, 6, 7, 8. Close it out with the 4 in the last. The pick 5 starts in 4 minutes with that 10% takeout. It is a fantastic opportunity for you guys to make some serious cash. There you see the money that's already in the pool. And again, a lot of the money that we get bet into this pool gets bet late in the wagering. So we're already now approaching something in the neighborhood of 40,000, I think, by the time we get the wagering cooking here. So right now, the pick 5, 4 minutes away at Canterbury. That $60 ticket is yours if you want it. Good luck.
In the gate for race number 4. And they're racing, except for Dr. K. The doctor was not operating well out of the starting gate, and Rusty Cage pops and opens up by a length and a half. In second is Herbie, now scooting up on the inside, seeking justice, and now a recovering Dr. K goes from fourth right up to a joint third and is about 2 lengths from the lead. After that, El Centenario at 23-1, circumnavigating into action and blowing right by Mardan. The one in last is Fender Bender. As they approach the top of the stretch, it is Rusty Cage still showing the way. It is Rusty Cage leading it by a tenuous half from Seeking Justice. Herbie's right behind them. And then we come to Dr. K, 5 lengths from the front. Herbie is now overtaken by Dr. K, and after that is Mardan. Meanwhile, up top, Rusty Cage attacked by Seeking Justice. Seeking Justice 3-1. Inside Rusty Cage 5-1. Late charge from Mardan, but it's Seeking Justice seeking the winner's circle. Number 4, Seeking Justice, ran first, 4.265. Nearly 69K in the pick 5 with the 10% takeout. 104.39, it's unofficial. The 4th race is official. Into the winner's enclosure, here comes Seeking Justice and Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer, Jonathan Wong. Superfecta 42.12, 4's wild in the double, 20.40. The pick 3 paid $17.80. 50-cent post-time pick 4, 10% takeout, $51. 4-2 exacta, $27.70. Trifecta paid $37.75. The 5th race brings us back to a firm turf course and also begins the second and final pick 4 this Thursday at CBY. Number 7, That Would Be Nice, picked up by Carlo Lopez. No scratches in race number 5. And they leave the gate 20 minutes from now. A race provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And they're racing, except for Dr. K. The doctor was not operating well out of the starting gate, and Rusty Cage pops and opens up by a length and a half. In second is Herbie, now scooting up on the inside, seeking justice, and now a recovering Dr. K goes from fourth right up to a joint third and is about 2 lengths from the lead. After that, El Centenario at 23-1, circumnavigating into action and blowing right by Mardan. The one in last is Fender Bender. As they approach the top of the stretch, it is Rusty Cage still showing the way. It is Rusty Cage leading it by a tenuous half from Seeking Justice. Herbie's right behind them. And then we come to Dr. K, 5 lengths from the front. Herbie is now overtaken by Dr. K, and after that is Mardan. Meanwhile, up top, Rusty Cage attacked by Seeking Justice. Seeking Justice 3-1. Inside Rusty Cage 5-1. Late charge from Mardan, but it's Seeking Justice seeking the winner's circle. But on the move to the outside, she's got the power. Even Pandora sneaks through to the inside. Bold Ray opens up by 2. Bold Ray opens up by 3. Happy, happy, happy outside. Even Pandora inside. The other 2 are of no consequence. And it's Bold Ray in bold fashion prevailing at 6-5. 1-4-3. A move to the outside of Dynamic Ruler and up tight. Ooh, Mrs. Beans just drifted out. Bigfoot City right next to that one. Here comes looking for 8 on the wide side. Looking for 8 at 3-2s. Looking for the winner's circle and looking good. That 8 may be the final margin. It's looking for 8 and Luis Fuentes powerhousing to victory. Photo for second between 6 and 5, and it's Billy 12 lengths out of it, but it appears Mo Moore has run them into the turf. It is Mo Moore by 7, and it's an ever-expanding 7. Grunder is next. After that is Bon Dieu. Late charge from Slightly Crafty for the bottom of the ticket, but Mo Moore and Luis Fuentes are gone. The People's Choice prevails. It is 4-5-8 in race 3. Right behind them, and then we come to Dr. K, 5 lengths from the front. Herbie is now overtaken by Dr. K, and after that is Mardan. Meanwhile, up top, Rusty Cage attacked by Seekin' Justice. Seekin' Justice 3-1. Inside Rusty Cage 5-1. Late charge from Mardan, but it's Seekin' Justice seeking the winner's circle.
A heady ride by jockey Harry Hernandez. He gets his second win on the card, Seeking Justice. Press and pounce style to start out the pick 5 with a mild upset at 3-1. Now, second leg of said wager. The pick 5 gets a little tougher now with these turf races. We end with a turf sprint, and Angela Herman will have a pick 4 for you here that, again, is a part of the pick 5, so you can double your pleasure if you can hit that. But we got to handicap this race starting with my top pick, number 1, Skyuma. Row the Boat fans will love it. It's Golden Gopher. Luis Fuentes gets the call for Joel Burnt. The Burnt Barn going guns a-blazing right now. I love the inside post, and last time out hadn't been seen since last summer and raced in the middle of May down at Hawthorne. Ran a pretty good second. Now back in with Minnesota breds. Good-looking horse with the Lothenbach blinkers in play. I think Golden Gopher's got him in a good spot here at 3-2. Number 2 is Notepad. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Joel Burnt, so the Burnt Barn has the inside 2 horses. A good, solid, maiden-breaking win last time. So, got the first career win. Now we get tested against Allowance Company. No question this horse will need to improve, but I love the way Kelsey Haar's been riding this year, especially on the turf. She's brought in some prices, and the fans are buying the hype. 7-1 is a fair price. Talk about a good-looking horse in the paddock. Take a look at this 3. Woo! Good-looking horse. Feeling good out here on the toes, bouncing around. Good energy for Minnesota Nice for the Butsos. Lindy Wade for Mike Beeler. The Beeler barn starting to heat up. Keep an eye on that barn. This horse has stalking speed. Second time off the layoff. Has yet to win on the turf. And that's the pesky part of the handicapping equation. But the turf figures are there. And I think the horse has a chance to improve. And I'm going to tell you one thing. If you come out to the paddock, if you're here with us in Shakopee, this is what you're looking for. On a warm night, look at that coat. No extra sweat. Ears are up. Good energy. You can't look any better than the 3 looks, and certainly one to fear if you like the 1 like I do. Number 4 is Icy Will Burn Ya. Zeke Laura gets the call for Caitlin Betford. A couple of turf starts this year, including a second at 11-1 against slightly softer. So this horse absolutely fits. If you're going to put together a trifecta or superfecta, I think at 15-1 you can use this horse. 5 is With Her Boots On. Ruben Fuentes for the Silva Gang. 3 for 5 in the top 3 placings on the Canterbury turf. 6 is a sneaky horse. Jeff Madej likes this horse, and I see his angle. It's lone speed. If the 6 can get clear here, this could be a bomber that could do some damage in the trifecta and superfecta at 13-1. Put Carlo Lopez on the 7. That would be nice. The blinkers come off for Tony Rengsdorf. Sharp trainer. So when you see an equipment change and you know this trainer wins at a high percentage every year at Canterbury, you got to pay attention. So with Mr. Rengsdorf taking the hood off, Carlo Lopez might have a sneaky horse here as well. And number 8, one of Angela Herman's very favorite horses. It's Stylin' and Profilin'. The hot jock, Harry Hernandez, looking for a riding triple. Tricky post, but a horse that always seems to get a slice. There you see the picks, top to bottom. Of course, Angela lands on that 8. I knew she would. What a cool race, though. I'm on Golden Gopher. Who do you like? Turf racing. Race 5, the girls traveling a mile. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Lindiker, you are raising the bar for buglers everywhere. He brings the horses onto the track for race number 5. We're 8 minutes away from this 5th race, which is the first leg of the 50-cent late pick 4. Win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, and pick 3 wagers, all offered in this 5th race, which is sponsored by Pepsi. Don't forget, Canterbury Concert Series tickets are now on sale. You don't want to miss the concert series because we have something for everyone. Melissa Etheridge, Government Mule, Anderson East, Everclear, Cloud Cult, and many more make up the lineup for this year's Canterbury Concert Series. Check out our website for more information and tickets. That's where you can also get your tickets for Taste of Canterbury. If you want to update your racing experience with a little culinary twist, you can get a taste of Bourbon Whiskey Smokehouse on July 9th and an Asian culinary experience on July 30th. Those tickets, again, available on our website and can be purchased separately from live racing tickets. Our second round of dog racing is coming up on June 26th. That Sunday, we'll be featuring our floppy-eared friends, the Basset Hounds. We'll also have the normal family day activities, including pony rides, face painting, and all of the normal games that we play on Pepsi Family Days each Sunday. If you want to join us here at Canterbury for our holiday festivities and a fireworks spectacular, we're having all of that and live music on July 3rd. Remember, first post for that Sunday is scheduled for 4 p.m. with fireworks immediately following our last race. We will race Monday, July 4th as well, but the fireworks are on the 3rd. You don't want to miss either day. Both of them are family fun days. If you can join us both, please come and celebrate your 4th of July holiday out at the park. Coming up next, I'm going to talk a little pick 4. You got 6 minutes to make yours. That's when the 5th will take off. Before we dive into the pick 4, we're going to talk an angle, and that's going to be a horse that we're going to use in the late pick 4, who could provide a little bit of some price spice, I guess you would say, the Steam team would say. We're looking at race number 7. This one is going to be on the turf. In fact, the last 2 legs of this late pick 4 are going to be on the turf, and the horse that I'm focusing in on is Lapis Lazuli. Say that 8 times fast. In the 7th, he's going to be making his first start around 2 turns. But a crucial part of liking Lapis Lazuli is taking a look at the couple of horses that Joel Burnt has put into this spot. Now, here's the 2 of them right next to each other. That's King of the Kids and Lapis Lazuli. Joel Burnt trains both of them, as you can see, and King of the Kids comes off a very impressive race. Take nothing away from him. He won by 2 3/4 lengths over Minnesota Breds in only his second start and his first one around a couple of turns. Sorry, that is his 4th start. I only showed 2 on the page. But somehow, Luis Fuentes, the jockey that he's been using all meet long, ends up on the dirt sprinter. Now, Lapis Lazuli did start out his career trying to get on the turf a couple of times, or a few times. He only managed to make it once. That was back when Norm Cassie had him. And since that time, Lapis Lazuli has been spending his time on the main track. But he was very, very impressive last time, even though he was 3rd, even though he was beaten 5 lengths, going 5 furlongs against similar sort of company. Now, we're going to take a look at Lapis Lazuli's last race. And, well, first look at the percentage. Obviously, he uses Luis Fuentes more than he uses Alonso Quinones, who ends up on the 2. That's kind of what we're honing in on. Luis Fuentes opts for this one. Well, I mean, there's not as much on paper as there is to watch from Lapis Lazuli's last effort. We're going to take a look at that now. Lapis Lazuli broke from the rail but made his way out to the 3 or 4 path. There was solid pace, but this was only 5 furlongs. I mean, it's hard enough to close on our track, but especially at 5 furlongs, he was up against it. But watch the way that this horse makes a late charge both around the turn and in the stretch. Even though you can't see it because the top 2 do race away from everybody else, this is Lapis Lazuli on the outside, making an excellent late charge with a good turn of foot, the kind of turn of foot that you'd think would come in handy on the turf. He can kind of get into whatever spots he needs to be. He's not afraid to run between horses, and he can close in if things do get hot up front. I thought the pace would be very honest in race number 7. It's a full field, and this horse, with a good turf pedigree and with that kind of kick, made for a good fit for me. And we're going to follow the rider. That's the angle today, following Luis Fuentes, hopefully into the winner's circle with Lapis Lazuli in race number 7. Now that leads us into that ticket. It's going to come up on your screen shortly. Remember, you only have a few minutes to get in this late pick 4. But as usual, I made something that's pretty reasonable. We have 3 out of the 4 legs on the turf. That's the fun part. So, I mean, if you add, I understand. Sometimes our turf races can get a little bit crazy. I did end up, yes, Kevin, with the 8 on top in here. I didn't have a real strong opinion in the 5th, but I didn't want to keep adding and adding with horses when I really liked Minnesota Nice, and Stylin' and Profilin' has a lot more experience than some of these. That's her on the screen right now. She's a big horse, and Stylin' and Profilin' might have got a lot more out of her last few races than some of her competition did, as it might be kind of hard to get her in shape and keep her in shape. She's run on our turf course 4 times. She's only hit the board once, but last time she wasn't a bad 5th, and she took a lot of money behind Dreaming Biz and Gypsy Reward. With Her Boots On was also in that field. I didn't opt to use her in this spot because I didn't see a ton of pace, so I thought maybe Stylin' and Profilin' would be in a good spot throughout. Same thing can be said for Minnesota Nice. It was good to hear from Kevin Gorg that she's making a good impression in the paddock. I played against Golden Gopher. I think that she'll be out on the front end. I think she'll be very tough, but I thought that enough pressure could be kept on her by either the 3 or the 8, where they might be able to pull the slight upset in race number 5. Now going on to the 6th, I just used my top 2 choices in there. I did end up on May We All, who takes a drop in class in here, but this is a relative level that he's had success at in the past, and 7 of his 8 lifetime scores have come on this track. May We All should be able to stalk the pace if things get too slow up front. As he showed last time, he's more than willing to take the lead. I don't think he'll need to in this spot. I would think that Awesome Emmett and maybe even Kierkegaard would provide him some sort of target to chase, but May We All is a versatile enough sort where Kelsey Haar has options from that outside post. I think he's going to be really tough in that spot, but if anybody can beat him, it's Kierkegaard. We already talked about Lapis Lazuli. That's my top choice in race number 7. I also used Joker Matt, who was very impressive last time. It was so hard to close on that June 2nd turf course. I mean, they went fast up front. I mean, 109 and 1. We're going to see Agent Peter Graves next Wednesday at our turf festival. That flatters this one. Joker Matt made a very good close on him. More power to him for closing again on that turf course, but couldn't quite get the job done that day. We'll see if he can get it done today, as I used both 4 and 7. I usually single my angle horse, but I couldn't with Joker Matt in that spot. The 8th, quite wide open. I like Rocked His Way quite a bit in there. Rocked His Way had a lot of trouble in that last start, and he did face off against 5 of the others that wind up in this lineup. I like the draw towards the outside. Zeke Lara has won on him before and did so at 10-1. And I think that post, and I think that the competition to his inside that tend to get bet quite a bit will keep his price honest. I was interested in American Union, who drew into that field, as he makes a class drop as well. Though he hasn't had much success on the turf in the past, there's been some circumstances that maybe have made American Union not show his very best yet that he can give on the turf. Optimal Courage and Outrun the Posse were the exacta in that aforementioned race that Rocked His Way was favored in. They're on the ticket as well, but that brings it only to $16. Very manageable in this late pick 4 sequence. Very little time to get them in, though, and your 8-5 favorite in here is Golden Gopher. Good luck.
And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 5th, middle of the CBY Thursday card. That was a Profiling last in line.
Hang on.
racing, styling and profiling off 4 steps slowly. Not the case for Start Singing, who hits the right notes out of the gate at 22-1. And Start Singing in the queue, open up by a length and a half. Golden Gopher is 4-5 under a tight pull. To the inside of That Would Be Nice, about 2.5 lengths clear from Minnesota Nice, who's to the inside of With Her Boots On. That one is 5th and 6 lengths from the front, and about 4 clear from Notepad, looking to win 2 in a row. Then we come to Icy Will Burn You from off the pace today, just put in last by styling and profiling. 13 lengths from front to back, up the barn side they travel, 5/8 to go. Start Singing, able to pull clear by a length and a half. In second is Golden Gopher. To the inside of That Would Be Nice. Right behind them, Minnesota Nice sequestered. To the inside of With Her Boots On, still 5th. Styling and profiling, last out of the gate. 8 from the front to the outside of Notepad. Icy Will Burn You, 10 lengths from the lead and coming with a run. Start Singing as company in the shape of the favored Golden Gopher. Start Singing, keeping Golden Gopher at bay for now. Minnesota Nice right behind them, waiting for the light of day. With Her Boots On sweeps into action. Behind that one, That Would Be Nice. Inside styling and profiling, then it's Icy Will Burn Ya. And Golden Gopher looking for some Sky Yuma. Start Singing is tired but fighting back diligently. That 6 came back nicely. And on the inside, outside is Minnesota Nice. Start Singing in the queue with Golden Gopher Photo. 998 on the inside, favored on the outside. Hold them all. It's a photo finish, and it's really tight. Please hold all tickets. Placing judges splitting 1 and 6. Second longest shot on the board and prohibitive favorite. Stand by. We have an answer. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 1, Golden Gopher. It's official. Exacta $24. 50-cent trifecta $39.50. 163. 10-cent superfecta 1635. $34 for 10 cents. 4-1 double $9.20. Pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. Paid $14.75. 135.18 the final time. Race number 6 and back to a fast main track, and we have no scratches. Race 6 courtesy of Quick Trip and Quick Trip's Cheese Mountain Pizza. Stop by Quick Trip, take home a pizza today. Hey, Father's Day weekend's going to be really big here at Canterbury. Saturday at 5, and Father's Day at 1. We have live music, a barbecue festival, and much more, including Pepsi Family Day this Sunday at 1 for Father's Day. Big barbecue festival and Dad's Day, Sunday at Canterbury Park. And now entering the winner's enclosure, Golden Gopher. 3 victories for Luis Fuentes. Couple of victories for trainer Joe Burnt and owner Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables, who bred this mare in Minnesota. The victorious Golden Gopher is a 5-year-old bay mare by strong mandate from the War Chant mare, No Retreat. Sky Yuma. And they're racing, styling, and profiling off 4 steps slowly. Not the case for Start Singing, who hits the right notes out of the gate at 22-1. And Start Singing in the queue. Open up by a length and a half. Golden Gopher is 4-5 under a tight pull. To the inside of That Would Be Nice. About 2.5 lengths clear from Minnesota Nice, who's to the inside of With Her Boots On. That one is 5th and 6 lengths from the front, and about 4 clear from Notepad, looking to win 2 in a row. Then we come to Icy Will Burn You from off the pace today. Just put in last by styling and profiling. 13 lengths from front to back. Up the barn side they travel. 5/8 to go. Start Singing, able to pull clear by a length and a half. In second is Golden Gopher to the inside of That Would Be Nice. Right behind them, Minnesota Nice sequestered. To the inside of With Her Boots On, still 5th. Styling and profiling, last out of the gate. 8 from the front to the outside of Notepad. Icy Will Burn You, 10 lengths from the lead and coming with a run. Start Singing as company in the shape of the favored Golden Gopher. Start Singing, keeping Golden Gopher at bay for now. Minnesota Nice right behind them, waiting for the light of day. With Her Boots On sweeps into action. Behind that one, That Would Be Nice. Inside styling and profiling, then it's Icy Will Burn Ya. And Golden Gopher looking for some Sky Yuma. Start Singing is tired but fighting back diligently. That 6 came back nicely. And on the inside, outside is Minnesota Nice. Start Singing in the queue with Golden Gopher photo. 9-9.
Well, our turf racing's been spectacular this season. We've seen a lot of big upsets. We nearly did in race number 5. The 22-1 shot was loose on the front. Somehow, some way, though, Golden Gopher got the nose down in time, and the pick 5 starts a little chalky with a 3-1 and now a 4-5. We'll see what we have to offer here. It looks like a pretty open race here in race number 6. We're traveling 6 furlongs. These are claimers. These are some of my favorite races to handicap. Let's take a look at the field, starting with number 1, Big League Benny. Big League Benny, 7 starts at Canterbury, 4 for 7 in the top 3. Second time off the layoff with a slight drop in class. So lots to like about this horse. Big League Benny looks like he'll save a bunch of ground here, and at 5-1 could be a player when they turn for home. My top pick in the race is the 2, Kierkegaard. Lindy Wade gets the call for Matt Williams. I like the Williams barn. They don't have a ton of horses here, but they fire. They come out and they run. And I think Kierkegaard should be in a good spot here. Has stalking speed, doesn't need the lead, but I think will be prominent. And if Lindy Wade gets the right trip, I think Kierkegaard's good enough to win this one right now on the board at a square 5-1. Number 3 is Ruxin, Luis Valenzuela for Vic Hansen, second off the layoff. Ran at this level last time and ran against a horse called Blame Bishop who got loose on the front. So for a big closer off a long layoff, it wasn't a great recipe for success. The horse should improve second time back. There should be a better pace scenario. Ruxin could be running on late to get a piece of the exotics, and Ruxin is 13-1. Number 4 is Awesome Emmett, Ruben Fuentes for Larry Donlin. One of my favorite horses here in the last 4 or 5 years. This is a 9-year-old. Start number 59, has 10 career wins. And of those 10 career wins, 6 of them right here at CBY. Good speed. I think he might, if he's feeling good, bounce out and get the lead tonight. And Awesome Emmett's 5-1. I like this horse. I think this horse gets a piece for sure. And if he's got his A game, he's good enough to win. We've seen this horse fire at a price before. Number 5 is Perfect Wager. Harry Hernandez, the hot jock, looking for his 3rd win. The horse is on a big class drop. Jonathan Wong, and that horse will go to the track early. Knows where to place his horses. The trainer looks for another win. The jockey looks for a hat trick. The horse should be flying late and is the horse to beat at 9-5. Number 6 is May We All with Kelsey Haar for Cody Rosine. 7 of the 8 career wins here in Shakopee. Second off the layoff. Good stalking speed. Should be prominent. And I think has a shot for victory at 3-1. And number 7 is Leo Del Rio. Luis Fuentes for Chris Richard. Last time at this level, chased some very fast fractions. Comes out of that same race, chasing Blame Bishop. Better pace scenario, good-looking gray in the paddock, and up on the board at a juicy 11-1. Claimers, the nuts and bolts of horse racing. They make it go. They're so much fun to watch. Evenly matched race. Can anyone beat Harry Hernandez tonight? The 5's on a big class drop. I'm going to try the 2 Kierkegaard. 6 furlongs, race 6 coming up. Coming at you next.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle before race 6, and it's time to play trivia. Today is Prince Trivia, and I have Brooke from Lakeville with me. Are you a Princeaholic? Are you a total mega fan? Do you kind of lie in the middle, or have you not heard more than one song?
Probably only know Purple Rain.
That's a worthwhile one to know. That covers a lot of the rest of them. So we're just going to ask you one trivia question. If you get it right, you get a couple of tickets to St. Paul Peterson, which is a Prince cover band. That's a part of our Canterbury concert series. Are you ready? Did you do you need to jog your memory through all the lyrics of Purple Rain? Anything that you need to ask any friends in the audience?
I think I'm good.
Okay, I think you got this. So we're going to turn around and we're going to look at the board. We're going to see your options. Give me your answer. If any of you out there know it, feel free to help her out. It might not be Purple Rain oriented, so she might need an assist. All right, we're going to look at the tote board. When was Prince inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Was it 2004, 2002, 1998, 2005, or 1999? Do you have an answer? Anybody out there know it? Feel free to jump in.
I think I'm going to go with D, 2005.
Was it 2005 TV? Oh, I'm so sorry. You were 1 year off. It was 2004. I'm so sorry. You don't win the tickets, but we'll give you a couple of admission passes to come back. If you want to try to, I don't know, peruse more of the collection of Prince and want to come and play it again, you're more than welcome. Thank you, Brooke. And do you have a pick for the upcoming 6th race?
No.
Well, thank you again for coming down to play, and enjoy the rest of your stay here at Canterbury. If you would like some tickets to the Canterbury Concert Series, remember we've got Trombone Shorty, Government Mule, Anderson East, Martina McBride, and a lot more. You're going to want to check out CanterburyPark.com for tickets and more information on the Canterbury Concert Series.
It is now post time for race number 6. And they're racing in the Dr. Feel Good Classic. From the center, Awesome Emmett flashes really good speed with May We All. And down on the inside is Kierkegaard right next to Big League Benny. Then between them is Perfect Wager, 5 lengths from the front. Ruxin is advancing aggressively between horses from last right up to a joint third. And that gray Leo Del Rio last but only 5 lengths from the lead. And they head into the far turn. And the equine athletes are being tugged along by Awesome Emmett. To the inside of May We All, Ruxin and Perfect Wager is outside of them. Kierkegaard is sequestered. The rider has the white silks, horse has the white blinkers, and they're waiting for the light of day. Leo Del Rio very wide, 5 out of it, and Big League Benny can see them all. And they line up as they head for the money. Perfect Wager and Harry Hernandez. Horse has the white face and red shadow roll. They grab the lead. Kierkegaard to the inside. That's it for Awesome Emmett. Likewise for May We All. It is Kierkegaard and Perfect Wager, and Kierkegaard is out finishing Perfect Wager and wins. 2-5 and a tight photo for the shout. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Kierkegaard and Canterbury Park, Salt of the Earth, Lindy Wade. Kierkegaard is owned by James T. Williams and the winning trainer, Matt Williams. Final time, 110.91. 1730 for the exacta, trifecta 22 and change. Superfecta 2564, 1440. The most recent pick 3 paid $21.25. Seventh race, and back to the beautiful turf course. It's firm. The rail is at 30. Number 1, Super Fortune, is ridden by Kelsey Haar. And scratch number 10, No Slow Mo. The seventh race and turf time about 20 minutes from now. Don't forget about Canterbury's Uncorked. The Uncorked event with food and wine and horse racing takes place June 25th. It's always quite popular. So get your tickets now at canterburypark.com/events. And they're racing in the Dr. Feel Good Classic. From the center, Awesome Emmett flashes really good speed with May We All. And down on the inside is Kierkegaard right next to Big League Benny. Then between them is Perfect Wager, 5 lengths from the front. Ruxin is advancing aggressively between horses from last right up to a joint third. And that gray Leo Del Rio last but only 5 lengths from the lead. And they head into the far turn. And the equine athletes are being tugged along by Awesome Emmett. To the inside of May We All, Ruxin, and Perfect Wager is outside of them. Kierkegaard is sequestered. The rider has the white silks, horse has the white blinkers, and they're waiting for the light of day. Leo Del Rio, very wide, 5 out of it, and Big League Benny can see them all. And they line up as they head for the money. Perfect Wager and Harry Hernandez. Horse has the white face and red shadow roll. They grab the lead. Kierkegaard to the inside. That's it for Awesome Emmett. Likewise for May We All. It is Kierkegaard and Perfect Wager, and Kierkegaard is out finishing Perfect Wager and wins. 2-5 and a tight photo for the show.
Welcome back to the paddock as we sail on this beautiful Thursday night at Canterbury Park to race number 7. We scratched the 10. Turf racing, as I've mentioned a couple of times here this racing week, has brought big prices. The average mutual for a while under the first 4 weeks of racing was up over 10 to 1. Right now, closer to 8 to 1. We nearly saw a 22 to 1 shot win our most recent turf race. This one, to me, of all the races tonight, seemed like the biggest puzzle to solve, and that's why I went so deep on our pick 5. Let's take a look at the field, including number 1. Make the jockey Kelsey Haar. It's the speedy Super Fortune. Cody Rosine, the conditioner, last time out sprinting on the main track, but some good turf efforts down at Gulfstream Park. 0 for 5 in the career on the turf, but the speed figures say this horse might hang around, and I love speed from the inside. We'll see if Kelsey can steal away for Johnny the Mouse Mickelson at 14 to 1. 2 is a big-time threat here. I've mentioned it earlier that Joel Burnt's barn is smoking hot right now. King of the Kids looked awesome last time, beating maidens. Didn't just win, did it emphatically. Blew him away in the stretch. Should save ground, has that closing kick, hot trainer, and we just saw Alonso Quinones, who's closing in on 1,000 wins, nearly win at 22 to 1. Obviously, lots to like, including the way the horse looks down here in the paddock. King of the Kids looking to be ruling over race number 7 at 9 to 2. Number 3 is Justice Warrior, Luis Valenzuela for Lynn Rarick. Great long shots connections, and they proved it last time out. Wire to wire with a 69 Beyer speed figure. Nicely done at 8 to 1. Justice Warrior on the board at a conspicuous 18 to 1. Number 4 is Lapis Lazuli. Interesting that Luis Fuentes ends up here. He's one of the go-to riders in the Burnt Barn. There's a couple of Burnt horses from Post 2 and Post 4, but this is where Luis shows up. So the trip will be good. He's got stalking speed. He's lightly raced. He's bred by More Than Ready, one of the top sires in North America for turf racing. I think a major factor in this race, and 5 to 1. Number 5 is Last Martini, off since March and 0 for 3 on the turf. Big closer, needs the speed to back up. Mike Beeler's barn's going well. The Minnesota bred could get a slice here at a big number. Right now, 11 to 1. Coastal Waters, like the 5, likes to save his best work for the stretch. Trainer Valerie Lund heating up. Chironis gets the call, third off the layoff. The pesky part for me is 0 for 7 on the Canterbury turf, but the other side of the ledger is 4 second-place finishes. So for a trifecta or super, I think you want to mix that 6 in. Number 7 is my top pick in the race. It's Joker Matt. Harry Hernandez, the hot jockey for the Martinez gang. Last time ran into a super fast horse named Agent Peter Graves, who stole away on the front. Should get a better trip this time. Looks really good in the paddock, and we've got the hot jock astride at 8 to 5. Number 8 is Samyaza for Mac Robertson. Lindy Wade gets the call. And for some trainers, I'd say, ooh, the layoff since September is a red flag. But no, not with Mac Robertson. He brings them ready to Canterbury. This is the meet where he dominates every single time he comes here. So I'm going to trust Mac. I'm using this horse. Jay Litza in the Star Tribune, an excellent handicapper, has this one on top. And you get Mac Robertson at a very surprising 7 to 1. Carl Broberg has the 9. It's Extreme VIP. Ruben Fuentes rides 6 to 1. Looks good down here in the paddock. The trainer's red hot right now. Extreme VIP is that 6 to 1 number. What a cool betting race we've got here. You got to love turf racing at Canterbury. They're going to go a 1 mile distance. The older horses, speed to the inside, closers to the outside, intrigue abound. If you're alive in the pick 5 or pick 4, we wish you good luck. There could be some gold at the end of this hill. Here comes turf racing at Canterbury Park. Right now, the call to the post.
Ladies and gentlemen, a jockey change in the 8th race being announced for the first time. Race number 8. Number 2, Astonishing Tweet, will be ridden by Luis Valenzuela. LAV picks up number 2 in race 8. Ladies and gentlemen, to the winner's enclosure, here's Sir Leonard Dykert. SLD. Good job, Lynn. To the track for the 7th. Number 1, Super Fortune, picked up by Kelsey Haar. Scratch 10, No slow-mo. 6 minutes.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle again, and we're staying with a music theme before race number 7. This is Finish the Lyric for the night. Now, Mystic Lake Finish the Lyrics song tonight is going to be Trace Adkins. You're going to miss this. Are you a big Trace Adkins fan? Do you sing? Do you do a lot of karaoke? Do you sing in the shower? Anything that would prepare you for this?
Not at all.
This is Deborah from Blaine, and she's going to attempt to finish the lyric tonight. We're going to try to make it easy on you. We're going to look at the tote board. We're going to listen to a little verse. You're just going to have to finish the lyric. So let's turn around. Let's take a look.
You're going to wish these days haven't gone by so fast?
Okay, that's the lyric right on the money. Congratulations. You win $20 compliments of Mystic Lake. So once you're done having fun here, you can go down the road and have a little fun there. Congratulations.
Sweet. Thank you very much.
That's Finish the Lyric. If you want to try it sometime, come stop in, throw your hat in the ring. If you see any of these guys walking around in the black shirts over there, maybe stop them, see if you can get your chance at a $20 Mystic Lake Resort card.
It's post time. Extreme VIP, last in line. They're racing. Coastal Water stumbled a bit shortly after the start. Justice Warrior looking to lay down the law at 17-1, joined by Semyazov, the layoff outside of that. Extreme VIP in the turf debut, and these three quarter horse around the first turn. The leading three going incredibly fast, about 5 lengths clear from Lapis Lazuli. That one's about 8 lengths from the lead. Then we come to Super Fortune, fifth, 8 out of it, 1.5 clear from Joker Matt. 2.5 behind that to King of the Kids in search of 2 in a row. Then it's Coastal Waters, far, far out of it after the sluggish start. And the one in last is Last Martini. Up the barn side they go. They have a half mile to travel. Semyaza still in that pace battle with Justice Warrior. After that, Extreme VIP opts to track. Then we come to Lapis Lazuli. The rider's looking for 4, and he's riding number 4, and he's about 8 lengths from the lead. Then it's Super Fortune to the inside of Joker Matt. After that, King of the Kids, still nothing from Coastal Waters. Likewise for Last Martini. To the top of the stretch, Justice Warrior leads it by 1.5. It's Justice Warrior from Semyaza. And outside of that, Lapis Lazuli makes a good move. On the wide side, Extreme VIP. Joker Matt's finishing beautifully, looking for a way to go with Super Fortune. Outside of that, King of the Kids. Coastal Water also finishing fast, but King of the Kids takes off at 4.5 to 1. It's King of the Kids, and the Q put a Q around race 7 at 9 to 2. Frenzied photo for the place. Number 2, King of the Kids, ran first. Photo for second and third. The numbers 2, 1, 6, 7. Seventh race official. 50-cent trifecta, 121.05 for 50 cents. 10-cent Superfecta, $88.13. Exacta, $48.30. Double, 2-2, $28. And the pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7 paid $34.30. Eighth race is our final turf race tonight. Number 2, Astonishing Tweet, is ridden by Luis Valenzuela. Scratch numbers 6, Skippy Strike, and 11, Where's Jordan? Turf time, 22 minutes from now. The eighth race is courtesy of Bushlight. Bushlight is a proud sponsor of Canterbury and wants to be your new drinking buddy. We also thank the Minnesota Lottery for 2022 sponsorship. Into the winner's enclosure, it's King of the Kids and jockey Alonzo Quinones. 998. King of the Kids is owned by Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables and trained by Joel Burnt. 3 victories for Joel, 3 victories for Bob. King of the Kids is a 3-year-old bay son of Lemon Drop Kid out of Lion Cub, bred in Minnesota by Richard Bramer and Cheryl Sprick. And they're racing. Coastal Water stumbled a bit shortly after the start. Justice Warrior looking to lay down the law at 17-1, joined by Semyazov, the layoff outside of that Extreme VIP in the turf debut. And these 3 quarter horse around the first turn. The leading 3 going incredibly fast, about 5 lengths clear from Lapis Lazuli. That one's about 8 lengths from the lead. Then we come to Super Fortune, 5th, 8 out of it, 1.5 clear from Joker Matt. 2.5 behind that to King of the Kids in search of 2 in a row. Then it's Coastal Waters, far, far out of it after the sluggish start. And the one in last is Last Martini. Up the barn side they go. They have a half mile to travel. Semyaza still in that pace battle with Justice Warrior. After that, Extreme VIP opts to track. Then we come to Lapis Lazuli. The rider's looking for 4, and he's riding number 4, and he's about 8 lengths from the lead. Then it's Super Fortune to the inside of Joker Matt. After that, King of the Kids, still nothing from Coastal Waters. Likewise for Last Martini. To the top of the stretch, Justice Warrior leads it by 1.5. It's Justice Warrior from Semyaza. And outside of that, Lapis Lazuli makes a good move. On the wide side, Extreme VIP. Joker Matt's finishing beautifully, looking for a way to go with Super Fortune. Outside of that, King of the Kids. Coastal Water also finishing fast, but King of the Kids takes off at 4.5-1. It's King of the Kids, and the Q put a Q around race 7 at 9-2. Frenzied photo for the place. Yo, what's going on, everybody? You a little stuck on this Thursday night at Canterbury? Well, the Chaser is here to save the day. It's the end of the pick 5, and I'm going to go with this horse, Outrun the Posse. Outrun the Posse off a victory is 9-1 right now, and as you can see, age 8, Outrun the Posse is turning out to be great at 8. Victory last time. This little bottom of the exclamation point looks like a text message I'm trying to cross out and hide from the flight attendant, but it's actually the bottom of the exclamation point. And if you look at Outrun the Posse, 5 for 18 on the Canterbury lawn, also 4 for 9 at this distance, and the last victory was at this distance, so let's take a peek. Here's Outrun the Posse right here, eventually going to victory. Now, this is the steamer, 3. The heavy favorite in this race, runs up behind the 6, had to stop a little bit, and then comes flying on. Outrun the Posse, a little washy, but the Chaser doesn't care because the steamer here is even money. That's number 4, and everybody's looking at that little piece of trouble right there saying, this is an absolute cinch. It probably is. That's why I'm the Chaser, and I lose on horses like this. But not tonight, not right here, not right now. The Chaser gives you number 5, Outrun the Posse. Let's go, old guy.
Another Joel Burnt win, this time at a nice price, 9-2. King of the Kids comes stampeding down the Canterbury stretch. And, boy, the pace was fast. Keep that in mind. But that horse looks like a youngster with some real upside moving forward. Now, some of the best races we run every single season at Canterbury are these turf sprints. And I love handicapping them. I love watching them. And they're normally races that finish with 3 or 4 horses down to the wire together. This is going to be a fun one. Let's take a look at the field starting from the inside out with number 1, the speedy Giant Gamble. Kelsey Haar gets the ride here for Larry Donlan, who's the trainer and owner, Larry Donlan Jr. This horse has 4 wins on this turf course, 11 career wins. This old guy is just one of my favorite horses. Tries hard every single time out. He'll need to get loose. Last time the pace scenario didn't work in his favor, couldn't get free. I love the way Kelsey gets her horses out of the gate. She's aggressive, and I think you need to be with this horse from this post. But if Gamble gets loose, don't bet against the horse at 8-1. Number 2 could be a problem. Put Luis Valenzuela in the saddle. The horse has a ton of speed. Astonishing Tweet. To me, this 2 horse holds the key to the race because if the 2 goes, the 1's in trouble. And like last race, the pace could be crazy. If the 1 gets loose, then it's a different scenario. That's the handicapping puzzle to solve. 25-1 on the deuce. Number 3 is Smooth Papa. Smooth Papa's a big closer. He wants that pace to be fast. Last time out, beaten 3 lengths by Outrun the Posse. Kind of in the mix, needs to improve. And a big price at 18-1. Here comes the steamer. Here comes Optimal Courage. Luis Fuentes for Carl Broberg. We already saw Broberg earlier on the card win off the claim. That's been his game for a long time, and he's as good as anybody I've ever handicapped here in the Midwest. Optimal Courage should get a great trip from off the pace. Had trouble out of the gate last time out. There's a lot to like, but it's a big field and it's a skinny price, so you got to keep that in mind. My recommendation is small win bet and then get aggressive, keying this horse above long shots in the Exacta Try and Superfecta. That's how I'm going to play the race. And one of the horses I'm going to use is absolutely Paul Allen's Chaser horse, number 5, Outrun the Posse. All he did is beat most of this field last time out, and he's being disrespected. He's 7-1, and he won that race fair and square. Larry Donlin Jr. here again. Ruben Fuentes, interesting horse. And PA is going to get a price, and he's been hot lately. Number 7 is Ray of the Sun. Crystal Conning gets the call. Needed the race, second time off a long layoff, and the horse that beat him last time, College Party's come back to win. 8, Fayette Warrior, I think sneaky here with Lindy Wade. Troy Bethke has this horse fit and ready. I like the effort last time out, even though the trip wasn't a comfortable trip. This is one of those long shot horses. If you want to hit a trifecta or superfecta and get paid, got to use the 8. I'm putting the 8 in there along with PA's Outrun the Posse. Number 9 is Rucked His Way. Zeke Laura gets the call for Brian Velasquez. Third off the layoff. Yet another horse that got beat by Outrun the Posse, and yet another horse that had a troubled trip. So this horse fits. I don't like the price right now. I think the horse can win. And in the Exactas, Tries, and Supers, another horse that I will be using under the favorite. Rocked His Way looks spectacular down here for an older horse. Good energy, good muscle, good coat. Lots to like, no doubt about it. Number 10, American Union's a big closer on a big class drop. Hard to read, but guess what? You get Harry Hernandez, and I'm going to tell you that's always a good thing when he's riding. That guy can get it done fair and square. Look for this horse to hope for a fast pace and come charging from the back. Harry Hernandez looking for that triple at 9-1. Turf sprinting at Canterbury. If you like long shots, you like fun, this is your race. It's race number 8 at 5 furlongs on the lawn. There you see the selections. Good luck if you're alive in the pick 5 and the pick 4. Here they come.
It is now post time. Into the gate for the 8th. Final turf race. The 10-year-old Giant Gamble has gone in, joined by the 9-year-old Row of the Sun. Astonishing Tweet, LAV. Here is Fayette Warrior. Optimal Courage, 6-5. Rock Tis Way goes in. The favorite, Fuentes, in search of 4. Hernandez rides the 10. He's in search of 3. And they go in. Sprinting on the turf, and here they are. They're racing, and that spry 10-year-old Giant Gamble still has his early speed. He breaks very well to the inside, but so does Optimal Courage. The rider's looking for 4 and has the lead by a neck. Outside of that, Outrun the Posse. That veteran's good to go. Then we come to Row of the Sun. That 9-year-old's wide, but 3 lengths behind the favorite, and about 2.5 clear from Fayette Warrior. Then we come back 2.5 to American Union with Hernandez beginning to advance. Likewise for Astonishing Tweet at 1,000,000 to 1. Then it's Rocked His Way, 8 out of it and blocked. And at the rear is Smooth Papa. Speaking of smooth, Optimal Courage. Luis Fuentes trying to win 4 and looking good. In second is Row of the Sun. Outrun the Posse is watching. Optimal Courage run right into the winner's circle. That's 4 victories for Luis Fuentes. Tight photo for second between 5 and 7. Number 4, Optimal Courage, first in a fast 55.89. The numbers. Four, 7, 5, 8. It was chalk all odds, 50 to 1 in second. The 8th race is official. Into the winner's enclosure, the impressive Optimal Courage. That is 4 victories for jockey Luis Fuentes. The winning owners, End Zone Athletics, and the winning trainer, Carl Broberg. Pick 4 paid $111.10. Pick 3, $55.95. The 50-cent pick 5, $6.04. Exacta, $78.60. That trifecta, $168 and change. We head to the 9th race. This begins Dr. Dan's late double. Number 3, Dugan Chapel Baby, is ridden by Randy Vega. Post time for the 9th, 19 minutes from now. And they're racing, and that spry 10-year-old Giant Gamble still has his early speed. He breaks very well to the inside, but so does Optimal Courage. The rider's looking for 4 and has the lead by a neck. Outside of that, Outrun the Posse. That veteran's good to go. Then we come to Row of the Sun. That 9-year-old's wide, but 3 lengths behind the favorite, and about 2.5 clear from Fayette Warrior. Then we come back 2.5 to American Union with Hernandez beginning to advance. Likewise for Astonishing Tweet at $1,000,000 to 1. Then it's Rocked His Way, 8 out of it and blocked. And at the rear is Smooth Papa. Speaking of smooth, Optimal Courage. Luis Fuentes trying to win 4 and looking good. In second is Row of the Sun. Outrun the Posse is watching Optimal Courage run right into the winner's circle. That's 4 victories for Luis Fuentes. Tight photo for second.
Time for the late daily double. Kevin Gorg with you. We've got a couple of quarter horse dashes to end the show tonight. No live racing tomorrow. We come back Saturday night, 5 o'clock first post. Sunday, 1 o'clock, all weekend long. We celebrate Father's Day. Barbecue, food trucks, great prizes for Dad. And let's be honest, dads out there don't want a new pair of socks. They don't want a new tie. They want to come to Canterbury Park, and they want to play all weekend long. 5 o'clock Saturday, 1 o'clock on Father's Day Sunday. It's going to be spectacular. And speaking of spectacular, next Wednesday, 6 days away, the Mystic Lake Northern Stars Turf Festival. It is an amazing card. I'm in the middle of handicapping it right now. You're going to want to make plans to be out here on the 22nd. $600,000 plus in purses. Right now, though, we got to build that bankroll up. We'll start with an 8-horse field here going 300 yards at the allowance level of $17,500. Nice purse here. Start number 1, Racy's Heart. Suarez gets the call here for Tyler Stein in from Remington Park, where they run some big-time quarter horse meets. And this horse has been pretty solid. 12 career starts, 6 for 12 in the top 3 placings. You see that price up on the board at double digits. And again, horses that come in from Remington, they do well here. This horse has index numbers that fit with this group and might be a player in the exotics. Number 2 is Tommy Guns. Frink gets the call here for the McDaniel gang. Stakes dropper, ran an awesome race last time, 9-1 in a $28,000 stakes race on June the 1st. Actually had the lead, cuts back now from 400 yards back to 3, should be prominent. Led that race into mid-stretch and, again, has faced some good competition. The only career win for Tommy Guns happened here at Canterbury. Put Randy Vega on the 3, Dugan Chapel Baby. 11 career starts, 5 for 11 in the trifecta. The pesky part of the equation is this horse hasn't raced since October, but if you go back and look at the numbers this horse was putting up, she is absolutely fast enough to contend her. I think 7-1, way too big a price. I'm going to key this horse in my trifecta. I think Dugan Chapel Baby is quite a value right now up on the board. My top pick in the race isn't that creative, but it sure is a good trainer to back. And that's Jason Olmstead's horse here, Captivate This. Escobedo is his go-to rider, third off the layoff, in from Remington. Looks like a horse with some upside, lightly raced, and this trainer-jockey combo winning at 37%. Yep, enough said for me. Got to put the 4 on top and use the 3 underneath as I build my exotics. Number 5 is Ms. Kathy. Kelsey Haar gets the call here for Chip Willie. And, hasn't raced since March, did so at Turf Paradise. If you look at the index numbers, the last 3, 83, 70, and 70. Love the most recent workout. Had a 220-yard workout. Posted that in 11.46 breezing. That is racehorse fast. If this horse is ready to go off the bench, look out. 5 horse on the board right now at a square number and certainly fits with these. Number 6 is Possibilities. Quiros gets the call. Another Tyler Stein entry. This is a 3-year-old filly in from Remington. Last time out against $20,000 claimers, a 78 index number, off at nearly 16-1 and lost a photo. So yes, 6 will be another horse, if you're going to play the 4, that you have to mix in at a big price underneath in the exotics. I certainly think the horse has a chance to win. 9-2 morning line and double digits on the board. Very strange. Number 7, Modest Maven. Luis Valenzuela for Jason Olmstead. This is Olmstead's other horse, and Escobedo gets off to ride the favorite. So that's pesky for me, but third off the layoff, and Valenzuela can pop out of the gate. He does it on a regular basis. And number 8, 5-bar Fantasy, Cervantes for Livingston. Great old-school Canterbury connections here. Love the way the Livingston horses have been firing here this spring into the summer, and this horse fits. Broke the maiden last time at this track, did so in a good time, and gets that outside post, which some players in quarter horse racing really seem to enjoy. Less chance of traffic out there where the air is fresh and clean. 300 yards, allowance company, quarter horses. If you're here at Canterbury, get down to the apron. Watch these guys up close and personal. Right now, they head down the bridle path. They're ready to rock and roll. Race 9 coming up and coming at you in just 7 minutes.
It is now post time. Post time for the 9th race. The Warren Zevon Classic. 5-bar fantasy, last in line. Captivate this, 2-1 in favored. 8 in the gate, race 9. 2, Rambunctious, settling. Racing. Captivate this, got jarred around shortly after the start. Great start for Tommy Guns. Inside is Racy's Heart, and after that is Dugan Chapel Baby. Outside, 5-bar fantasy wins at 6-1. Eight, 5-bar fantasy first. Photo for the rest. Eight, 2, 3, 1. Up to the winner's enclosure, 5-bar fantasy and Uriel Cervantes. The winning trainer, Jerry Livingston. The winning owner, Miss Joy Gora, and Tailored for Gold Stables. Tenth race, 18 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. Racing. Captivate This got jarred around shortly after the start. Great start for Tommy Guns. Inside is Racy's Heart. And after that is Dugan Chapel Baby. Outside 5 Bar Fantasy wins at
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman up in the press box, going to handicap this quarter horse dash to close the show. We race Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1. I'll start with number 1 here, Valiant Bling. Kuros gets the call for Ed Ross Hardy, a Canterbury Park Hall of Fame trainer. To be blunt, he's sitting on some wins. 7 starts, 4 have hit the ticket, but none have got to the victory. Good workouts, first-time starter. I think the horse is very live at a price.
She looks nice in the paddock. She's got blinkers on for her first start. She's 10-1, a little bit cold on the board, but the rail doesn't help matters for a first-time starter. But it looks like she's been put through emotions down at Ruidoso. She actually went into a training race. I took the 2, Party Like a Hero. And even though Party with a Hero didn't open up with a bunch of money, she too makes a very nice appearance down here in the paddock. You can see her on her toes down with her first start at Canterbury. She broke a tiny bit slow in that last race, but Party Like a Hero got sawed off by one of her own stablemates. But Party Like a Hero didn't run bad in that spot. I just think that's maybe when you toss out, chalk it up to experience, and see if she shows what she's really got here.
Number 3 figures to be a price. This is Cool Susie with Kelsey Haar. 1 career start. If you remember a horse back in the early 2000s on the thoroughbred side named Cleat, he was very high-headed. Well, this horse, Cool Susie, if you go back and watch the replay, raced with a high-headed look. Not what you want to do when you're trying to drive into the ground and go 250 yards on that particular occasion. Learning experience, second start for a young horse. Look for a better effort tonight.
All right, we've got more experienced runners in 4, 5, and 6 holes. Racing in Love is 1 of 2 from the Stein barn. This one was racing for a tag, though, down at Remington Park. In both of her lifetime starts, she came up with kind of a toss-out in her first race, but showed a much, much better race in race number 2 on May 22nd. She was 30-1 that day. She was 31-1 in her debut. It's not like anybody was running to the windows to bet on her, but Racing in Love makes a nice impression in the paddock. I think that she'll probably drift up from those 4-1 odds as her stablemate drifts down.
My top pick in the race will be the 5, Permission to Fire. Career start number 3 for Tyler Stein's 2-year-old filly. This is a Maher horse. You get Suarez in the saddle. You get a horse that stumbled last time at the start, still showed some speed with a clean break and a clean trip. I think this is the horse to beat. I'll put the 5 on top.
I put him in second, or her in second, that is. And the filly on the outside, Carrie L. Cartel, is 8-1 on the board right now, way up from that 5-2 morning line. Carrie L. Cartel was claimed out of her second start last time around by the Norton barn. She didn't beat anybody home that day. She didn't beat anybody home in start number 1. That's a little concerning for a Charette Hill runner. Usually they're ready to go right off the blocks. They get workouts in early. They get training races in. This filly was last in her training race as well. She's going to need to step things up, quite frankly. But she looks like she's behaving well, and those 2 starts of experience are crucial over a lot of the others in here.
Here it is, race number 10. We've got 6 looking to get their first career win. Looks like a wide-open betting race. We wish you the best of luck in the nightcap. We've got simulcasting tomorrow all day into the night. Some of the best racing around the country. The Card Club open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Here are the picks from all the handicappers here at Canterbury. We're back Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1. A Father's Day extravaganza, barbecue, food trucks. Everything Dad wants is right here in Shakopee this weekend. Don't miss us. Canterbury Park. Lucky Last coming your way in about 9 minutes.
They have reached the starting gate, and it is post time. Final live race tonight. Back at it Friday and make that Saturday at 5. Then Father's Day Sunday at 1. One out. Carry L. Cartel. Six-pack, here they come. And away they go. Valiant Bling out valiantly, likewise for Party Like a Hero. Between them, Cool Susie, and outside of that is Permission to Fire. Valiant Bling, Valiant Bling. Number one is number one in race 10. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows 1354 in 1356. Thursday official. $37.95 for the try. 10-cent superfecta came up big, $62 for a dime. Final double, $73.80. Final pick three, $68 and a nickel. 1-3 exact to $24.30. Valiant Bling debuts victoriously. Up to the winner's enclosure, Valiant Bling and Bonifacio Quiros. The winning owners, Jeremy Newton and Jerry Blackman. The winning trainer, Ed Ross Hardy. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our TV department, those of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, and for our management team, thank you for spending your Thursday evening at Canterbury Park. And if you are leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And away they go. Valiant Bling out valiantly. Likewise for Party Like a Hero. Between them, Cool Susie. And outside of that is Permission to Fire. Valiant Bling. Valiant Bling. Number 1.